Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do Hacker Frogs After School. We're here to do Hacker Frogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. All right, everybody, this is Wednesday. It's Web App Wednesday, so we're going to be doing some web app hacking today. Let's talk about what we're going to be covering in today's stream. So in each one of these streams, there's a schedule over at the Reddit, which you can find over here. Let me leave that in chat. Okay, and for each one of the topics that we do each week, for each one of the streams that we do each week, we've got 4 different topics. So the first topic of today is going to be Hack the Web. This is a game that you can do yourself, and it teaches you all about some technology topics. Later on, it gets into some cybersecurity topics as well. So that's going to be the first topic, the first hour of today's stream. The second topic of today's stream is going to be HackerFrogs After School. This is our education program that we do live here on Twitch and YouTube, and this is going to be talking about digital forensics. So digital forensics, we're going to be doing the second session for that. Saint of Vice, hello, nice to see you here. And the third topic for today is we're going to be doing web app hacking demos. So from the PicoCTF.org website, which is a great website for learning about web app security stuff, about, cybersecurity skills in general over at PicoCTF, we're going to be doing some web app hacking demos. I've got a couple that I'm going to be demonstrating for you all, and that's going to be the third hour today's stream. Frank Garcia, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome, welcome in. And the fourth topic we're doing for today is we're going to be doing some web app hacking challenges over at the OLIcyber platform. OLIcyber is an Italian cybersecurity platform, but it's okay if it's in Italian because we can translate all the stuff on that website. So we like to be international here at HackerFrogs. All right, so let's go ahead and start our first topic. I'm going to put 60 minutes on the clock, and we will be doing some challenges from Hack the Web. Mohammed says pasta. Yeah, I guess they do like to eat their pasta over in Italy over there, but yeah. This website was recommended by a viewer, actually, somebody who did a lot of stuff over at OLIcyber. And you know what? You can sign up for an account there yourself. It's totally free. Everything that I do on these channels is generally free. So let's go ahead and get started into our first topic, and that is Hack the Web. So Hack the Web is over where? Here it is. Okay, you can find it over at this website over here. Let me paste in the link. And this is a series of different challenges. The website is originally in German, but you can switch over to an English version of the website before you log in. And you start off over here, and each time you finish a challenge from the game, it'll unlock a number of other challenges that you can solve as well. If you're not, if you want to play the game today, but you don't have an account, I'll give you some credentials you can use. So, like I said, it's a German website, but you can go over to this portion of the web page, and you can switch the language from DE, which is German, to EN, which is English. And if you want to try out the website without having an account, you can use these username and password, which is demo, and htw123. Demo/htw123. Okay. All right, but let's go ahead and start the first challenge. So I've solved a lot of challenges on this website, and each time we solve each time we solve a challenge on this website, we're going to be what is this? Halloween Daily Challenge. Halloween Daily Challenge from the 25th to the 31st. That's interesting. Let's go ahead and try these. Because well, I mean, it looks like they're limited time, only up until the 31st. Let's try to do as many of these as we can. All right, so hack the web. Each time we do a challenge, we like to create a some documentation for these challenges, because let's go ahead and do this one. So this is day one. That's funny. Okay, so this is challenge number 346, day one. We will start a little file over here, 346 day1.md. Okay, sure. And we're going to be recording a number of different things as we're finishing this challenge. So the URL of the challenge, Grout XT says spooky Halloween challenge, the reverse. It's coming from inside the house. Hello, Grout XT, and hello, Too Fat Show. Nice to see you here. Okay, so the category of the challenge, if it's in regular CTF challenge, this concept we need to know to understand the challenge and the method of solving the challenge. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so where's the link? The link is over here. So remember, you can log into the website with the demo username and the htw123 password. And let's go down here. And there's just there is just a submission field for your answer. So let's see, it's been solved by 35 people last 14 hours ago by MB. All right, well, let's take a look at the web page source for this page. So there's htw.js, so this is a JavaScript file. We might want to take a look at that. And what else do they have here? I don't know if there's anything else that we need to pay attention to. Okay, so just a bunch of CSS information. And I guess what we need to do is we need to take a look at the script. So we'll just click on the script and let's take a look and see if there's anything interesting in here. All right, and let's play some music while we're solving the challenges. Oh, that's very soft. That's a little better. Okay, what do we got? Function on key E. E key equals escape. E key equals escape. There's also the name of the challenge is also a what is it called? An emoji, like the candy emoji. So I wonder if that has anything to do with the challenge either. Schlieben escape. What does the word Schlieben mean in German? We can translate this from German to English. Close the door. Close. Okay, so let's go back to the challenge. The challenge here, press the E key. I don't know if it's doing anything. What about the escape key? It's a place and that. It's a place and that. It's Bob. Hello, nice to see you here. We're just solving some Halloween-themed challenges over at hack.arg.de. If you want to try this out yourself, you can log into this website here, and you can give these credentials. So demo/htw123. There's a cookie in here that switches the language over to English. So if you go over to, I don't know, what was it? if you go to the cookies, you can switch HTW language. This cookie, you can switch it to English, EN, and that'll get you the English version of the page. You can also translate using your web browser tools as well. Okay, so I think I'm pretty sure that inside of this script here, there is the answer. It's Bob. Lots of emotes, thank you. Hack the planet. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're doing. Function show source. If already open, do nothing. Map. Okay. On key E, E.key, escape. Word wrap? Is word wrap on? I mean, I guess... Hold on. We probably don't want to view source. Inspect element on the challenge page and hover over the white space under the challenge. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Okay, so here's the white space. Inspect... Oh, okay. I see. I see. Enjoy your last Halloween. The answer is RIP. That's funny. It doesn't come out. What does it come out if you just look at the the source normally? Because this goes. I guess the big strings are down here. Yeah, these ones. So it's hard to see unless we when it's all wrapped up. I suppose if you were to look at this inside of, let's see, just grab that all. We'll put it in a text editor. Okay, yeah. So there's the E. So we just need to separate these by the P tags. So ENJ, etc., etc. It's word wrap sneaky. Yeah, kind of. Probably uses JavaScript to build out the DOM. But yeah, these are. Oh, the color. I'm guessing that the color of the text and the color of the background is the same. Let's go ahead and go back over here. Yeah, okay. This is something I should have done off the bat. Enjoy your last Halloween. Anyways, the color of the text and the background are the same. You can highlight it. Yeah. Handcaster, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's submit the answer then. The answer is RIP, and we'll do our write-up. So the write-up is, well, let me get the link for the challenge. Okay, category, this is web app stuff. The concept is, well, it's white, quote-unquote white on white. White on white text. In this case, it's black on black. Okay, method of solve is, well, we could look at the source code, or we can highlight the text using your mouse on the web page. The answer is, I guess it's kind of bad manners to actually include the answers because this is a time-limited event, so I'm not going to include that. Okay, submit this. Done. Control A highlights them all. Does it? Let me check. Control A. Yeah, it does. RIP. Okay, great. All right, I think from here, well, we'll submit the answer. We should get the access to the next challenge. Okay, how do you feel about the challenge? I wouldn't say that I learned something. I did remind myself of something, and thank you everybody for suggesting for your suggestions. So was fun. Okay, so we got day 2 and day 3, and so how many challenges are there? So I guess 6 challenges. Okay, let's go ahead and try day 2. All right, so everybody, this is the link over here. Remember, you can use demo and HTW123 if you want to solve these challenges along with us. Okay, so let's start the write-up first. Create new file. So this is 347. 347 day 2. Okay. So the category, the concept, and the method of solve. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge. Day 2. Solved 4 times a week, created 4 days ago by Anna, so they've only been 18 people solving these challenges. This will be your home soon. What? What are we even looking at? So this is like ASCII art or something? I'm gonna try highlighting this. Let's try pasting this into like a terminal or something. This really reminds me of ASCII art, but I'm not too sure where I would try to render this. Okay, so, I mean, it's just a bunch of this. Is this supposed to be some sort of binary? It doesn't have line breaks yet, does it? Well, according to... Maybe it's fixed column length. Fixed column length. Let's take a look at what the contents of this are. So there are spaces. We do see some spaces. We see a bunch of solid stuff. Are there line breaks? So in Hex, the line breaks are like 0A, I think. This is another straightforward one. Okay, well... So this might be... How long are each one of these blocks? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it seems like the longer ones are 9, and we've got some of them are filled in, some of them are not. So that kind of points towards like a binary, input. So as far as okay. All right, this will be your home soon graveyard. So I mean, how do they render it like that? I didn't want to give it away. No worries. I guess we would have gotten it as soon as we looked at the source. So monospace. Yeah. Now, I mean, how does it get the format to come out like this? Or if the format is like this, why does it look all jumbled when we look at this form? Nano is monospace? I'm not sure. Let's now if we paste this into some other window, let's say we paste it into let's say we got this, and I highlight it, and we go over to some other coding window, like online PHP or online Python, that'll do as well. We go in here and we just paste this thing in. It's just going to be a single line. So what actually determines where the this is CSS styling? I'm not sure. I mean, it doesn't. Wait, let's see if. So it doesn't. So if we like increase and decrease the size of the font on the browser, it really doesn't affect the formatting here. Sometimes ASCII art gets jumbled if you copy stuff around. Yeah, I mean, I used to notice this kind of stuff when I frequented BBSs. So BBSs used a lot of, what is it? This is considered ASCII art, right? But anyways, this is the answer here, graveyard. Let's submit this as the answer. Okay, graveyard is correct. How do you feel about the challenge? Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Okay. If I click on the, let's see, the double quote with the blocks in the inspect comment, it also expands into readable text. If I double click on the blocks in the inspect element, okay, so if we go to, where? Let's go back to day 2. Day 2, double click, well, inspect, and then double click on this. Now you said, what were you doing? Double click on the double quotes. So where are the double quotes? I mean, there's probably not enough space to render this all. But yeah, I should come back to this because, you know, it is kind of a fun concept, and I'd like to be able to understand it better. Okay, so we submitted this. Let's do the write-up. Where is it? Over here. Okay, so the category for this is more web stuff, and the concept. What would you say the concept is? Jumbled up format for ASCII art. Method of solve, well, look at the page source. The answer appears in the proper format there. Okay, this is the kind of thing that you couldn't do inside of curl. If you tried to curl this, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense. Anyways, this is day 2. Let's see if we can do. This should be day 4. So let's see if we can complete up until day 4 today. All right, let's move over to the next challenge. Okay, so this is day 2. We will move over to day 3. Okay, I see a spooky pumpkin. All right. There's the link. Oh, in your screen it has enough space. Okay, okay. It really depends on some formatting stuff. All right, let's start up the new write-up. So this is challenge number 348. And method to solve. Okay, so this is 348 day 3. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge. So we got a pumpkin, yeah. This is more ASCII art. We've got a Python script. This Python script gives you the answer. It's just a bit slow. The script is harmless and contains no virus promise. You can also solve the challenge without running the script. You can solve the challenge without running the script. So I guess we could. Okay, if anybody wants to take a look at the script, here's the link. but if you get a virus, I guess it's not, well, buyer beware. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the script. We'll download it first. Okay, and let's just inspect the thing. Okay, what is going to, it's like Python obfuscation by freecodetools.org. Lambda, import zlib, decompress, import base64. Okay, so it's some sort of combination of compression and base64 encoding. And, so it's, so the challenge says that if you run the script, it'll give you the answer. So I'm just gonna, well, we'll try running the script in a different window. In the meantime, we can do a little bit of investigation. Okay, let's Python. All right, so that's running. And let's just cat this thing out. Okay, this is just a giant base64 string. This is just a giant base64 string? Okay, well. If you didn't want to run it, you could use CyberChef probably. Probably, yeah. So if I just grab this whole big thing, I could put this inside of CyberChef, which is our favorite place to decode stuff. So cyberchef.io, I think. Yeah. Xenovice says never trust those. Never trust. Well, I mean, I've been using this website for a while, and if I bust up my Kali box, I think I'm okay. Ooh. I guess this. I'm guessing that this is going to be a message in German, because die in German means the or something. All right, let's go back. So input here, output here. We're looking at what, base64? And maybe base64, how many times are we base64 decoding this? So no, it's not to base64, it's from base64. So from base64 turns this into, I'm guessing it turns this into like a zip file. Okay, let me give this a try. So echo out this thing and then pipe it into base64 decode, and we'll call this test.zip or something. Zen, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so, oh, invalid input, really? Hold on. I could have sworn that this is all like one. Well, I mean, maybe it's several. Maybe it's several base64 strings, which makes it harder to. But this is really fun. What sector of cybersecurity is this? I mean, this is web app stuff. Let's take a look at this. So this is just data. Okay, so it's slowly spelling out the answer is something. But the other thing about the script, it said it used like a public tool to do the encryption. So Python obfuscation by freecodetools.org. If we go over to the website, it'll probably have like a tool. We can take a look at what it's like. ANSI testing. Tubred says fourth from the last looks like Unicode X. Halloween teaming. Halloween teaming is so die Antwort in German means the answer, and I guess it'll slowly give us the answer, but let's take a look at freecodetools.org. And they talked about using the, what was it? The Python obfuscator, this one. Okay, so Python obfuscator, it uses the same. Well, let me give everybody the link just in case you want to take a look. IDE theme clouds. Let's do. Is there a dark mode? Crimson editor. Oh, wait. Is there a dark mode on here? Dark mode, please. Thank you. Okay. So how will we take this and decode it quickly? So this is how to use. Please put your code into the input window and click the run button. The obfuscated result will be shown in the input window. Okay, well, I mean, this is the exact thing. Okay, so if we were to do, I don't know, print something, the answer is HackerFrogs, and press run, it'll give us a new string. GredXT says, "Oh, Bit, hello, nice to see you here." GredXT says, "Notice how the beginning of the base64 string looks like what you'd normally see at the end." Really? Oh, true. I mean, we know that these are bytes because they've got the that's got the B at the beginning of the string. The Antwort something. Okay, it's still running. Oh, right. Yeah. So I guess, is this reversed? Let's see if what happens if we reverse this. So pipe this into rev. Oh, okay. I see something now. Yeah. All right, let's try plugging this in. Or actually, we don't necessarily need to plug this in. We just need to reverse it and then base64 decode it. And see what this looks like. So this looks like a bunch of bytes. GredXC says that's oh, sorry GredXC, I didn't see your comment with the, what is it called? The indexing. Okay, so this looks like a bunch of binary bytes. So if we do this and then turn this into test.zip, and then zlib compressed data. So zlib compressed data, how do we unzip this? Reverse slice, right, that's the word for it. So zlib compressed data, how do we decompress zlib data? Linux zlib decompress. Okay, decompressing zlib data on Linux can be accomplished using various methods. zlib-flate, I don't know if... The OpenSSL toolkit includes a zlib command for decompression. Really? I mean, we know we have OpenSSL installed. I'm not too sure if we have zlib-flate installed on our Kali box. So, what are we doing? Input.zlib, well... Right now it's called test.zip. And let's see, output decompressed. That might be it. Oh, it's kind of loud. Okay, we got some new music. Alright, so what is this? So this looks like... The decompressed thing still looks like Python code. So the Python code is going to take a bunch of bytes and it's going to run them. So I mean, this also looks like it's reversed. So this probably goes through like a number of different decompressions and encryptions into base64. What do we got? The answer is grab red something. Dang. Gabrede. Gabrede? This has to be a word in German. Alright, let's see what the word is in German. Opening oration. What? Okay, that music's a little loud. Let me see if I can turn it down just a smidge. That's a little better. Okay. We'll try submitting this as the answer. This is correct. Yeah. This is a fun challenge. I learned something. I learned that there was a tool out there called Python obfuscation. So that's good. And, ooh, there's a day 5. Wait, day 4, day 5. Are all of the days unlocked already? Oh, no, wait. It's already the 30th in Germany. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, that's great. Let's finish off our write-up here. So the category is, what do we want to call this? Obfuscation methods? Obfuscation, I guess it kind of has something to do with cryptography, but not really. The concept is obfuscating data, and the method of solve. Reverse engineering, deobfuscation. Yeah, that's a good observation. Reverse engineering method of solve. We are given Python script that decrypts a message. When we look at the code inside the script, it appears to be a series of encoding a string into base64. That string decodes into a zlib compressed file, which is encoded in base64, which is a zlib compressed file, etc., etc. Or at least that's what I think. If it's not, then I'm not completely sure. Anyways, let's commit those changes. Done. And let's move on to day number 4. So we got 25, well, a little less than 25 minutes. Okay, let's do the new file, and let's take a look at day number 4. Oh, wow. That's a lot of umlauts. They're not all called umlauts. They're called diacritics or something. We don't have these in English. So people from other countries probably have an advantage here. All right, let's do our write-up first. Okay, so the URL is here. The category, don't know yet. The concept, don't know yet. The method to solve. Also don't know. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge now. This is day 4. An echo screams through the night. What could that scream mean? Well, it's a bunch of A's. It's a bunch of A's. I mean, if I just copy this, what happens if I put it in a text editor? I mean, this, is this a well-known cipher? Okay, let's try asking the AI. So the AI, where are we? Let's try asking Claude. Okay, so is there a well-known classical cipher which uses different types of the letter A? This happens sometimes with Japanese text on the web when it's not expecting Japanese. They call it moji bake. Moji bake? My language has multiple A's. Different types of the letter A with umlauts and diacritics. Let's see if the AI knows anything about this. And otherwise, we could also search on like Google as well. A cryptographic cipher, only A's. Cryptographic cipher, encrypt, only A's, likely referring to an alphabet-based cipher or typo. Caesar cipher, not Caesar cipher in this case. Substitution cipher. Okay, maybe just for fun, we'll take a look at the source code. Maybe there's something in the source code which tells us something. Well, I don't know if there's anything hidden in here. Let's see what the AI has to say about this. Still hasn't. This sounds like the Bacon cipher. This is the Bacon cipher? Uses 2 different fonts or styles to encode binary. What? Hold on. Mark accented B plain equals A. Group into 5 different character chunks. Look up the Bacon cipher table. This is definitely the Bacon cipher you're looking for, is it? You're dealing with the Bacon cipher if text has 2 distinct character styles. Letters with or without diacritics, A versus A. Pattern appears random but alternates. Length is a multiple of 5. Cover text might be meaningless. Okay, CyberChef has Bacon cipher recipe. Okay, decode. Alright, well, I mean, if CyberChef has something, then we'll try using CyberChef. Hold on. Let's get this all, delete it. And we're looking at Bacon cipher, right? Look it up, Bacon. Bacon cipher decode. Okay, and we'll grab this list, paste it in, and then bake. Nothing happens. Okay, so do we need to AB? Don't see anything here. Okay, well, if this is what we have, we'll just feed this into the AI. Maybe it has some. Maybe it has a clue. Okay, this is the ciphertext. Is it cooking? So is this binary? So with diacritics means it is 0, otherwise it is 1. What are the groupings here? So we see some... This looks like a bacon cipher using different forms of the letter A. Let me decode it by treating each unique character variant as either A or B. So plain A's. Plain A's and then all these ones. Let me write a decoder. So length is a multiple of 5 is identifier for the bacon cipher. But let's... Okay, let's save this. And so this is 191 characters. It's not a multiple of 5. So I'm not too sure about that. You know, let's go into here. Let's go into it manually just a second. So if these are either 0 or 1 or A or B, this is BA B A B B B B B B B B A B B B B B B B B B A B B B B and then a bunch of B's. This does not make any sense to me. And what is this one here then? There's no A even. I don't know. Okay. Extract only alphabetic characters, mark accented A, plain B, group into 5 character chunks. This is definitely the bacon cipher you're looking for. This is the ciphertext, okay? Identify the character types. Decode, we write the decoder, sure. Extract only A variants. I don't know if we're really cooking over here. Paste into CyberChef, use bacon cipher decode, or try this pattern. The decoded message is likely something like the answer is bacon or bacon cipher works or similar to something like this. Well, I mean, what happens if we use the code that they provide to us in here? Like, I don't know if this Python code that they dreamt up over here is actually going to work or not. Okay, well, I think we need to get rid of all this stuff. Decoded is, it doesn't get us anything. GradXT solved. Awesome. Well, can you give us a hint? So is the bacon cipher the actual thing that we're dealing with, or is this actually something else? Okay, so if we go back here and we're looking at this string. Go to the font space and search some of the Unicode characters in Google. You'll find a cipher named More Fitting to the Challenge. More Fitting to the Challenge. Go to the font space. Search some of the Unicode characters. Use font space Unicode Analyzer. Font space. Okay, so we're kind of barking up the wrong tree then, huh? Okay, and where's our string? This is it. Okay, so we've got a bunch of different code points. Full stop space. And Google the combining characters with the cipher at the end. Google the combining characters with the cipher at the end. What are we talking about? Yeah, I'm kind of... So I got the code points here. Combining macron below. Combining macron below. We'll go down. Am I looking at the right tool? Font generator collections. So we'll just try some sort of cipher and see if anything comes up. Who knows if there is site, Unicode text analyzer, font spaces, font links. So this doesn't return anything. Turning on unique only helps. Oh, okay. Let's go back then. So these are some puzzles. It doesn't feel like loading up the website now. So this is not bacon cipher. So what would we call this? I searched combining breve below cipher. Combining tilde breve. Did my internet go out on my on my machine? Because it seems like, or is it Google? Or because something, the search doesn't seem to be coming back. I'm live still. Yeah, okay. Something might be wrong with Google right now. Let's try another search engine. DuckDuckGo. Something's going weird. Let's see if other websites are if other websites are working. Okay, we'll go back. Server not found, Monka. Oh man. Finding you know, let me check my other web browsers to see if I can use those. So it looks like a problem that is only with my virtual machine. All right, I'm gonna have to restart my Kali Linux virtual machine. Just a second, everybody. All right, let's restart this thing. Just a second, everybody. Technical difficulties. I'm guessing that my virtual machine is haunted. Anyways, we've got another thing I can do is I can restart my my avatar, because my avatar froze as well. Let's delete the avatar. Just a whole lot of technical difficulties right now, huh? Okay, so you should be able to see the avatar reappear in just a second. There you go. Okay. Just a second, everybody. I need to check to see if my connection is up. So we have an ETH0 address. There's no reason why we shouldn't have internet. Ping Google. Ping. What? What do you mean destination host unreachable? What is going on? Help, I'm being attacked. DHCP conflict. I mean, I don't see why it would be. It must be DNS. It's always DNS. Why would it happen like all of a sudden? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm gonna try restarting the computer one more time. It doesn't make sense that it would just go out all of a sudden. Might even be the host VirtualBox network adapter. The VirtualBox network adapter, really? Now, how do we resolve this whole problem? Let me try shutting off my virtual machine. I'll start mucking around with the networking stuff in there. Okay. So I've got my Kali box here. I will take a look at the networking. We got a host-only adapter. We've got a NAT network adapter. The one in the Windows networks adapter, disable and enable. I'm more used to the one in Windows network adapters, disable and enable. Okay, so I'm gonna restart the Kali machine without the network adapters enabled, and then I'll re-enable them after the machine is booted up and see if it resets and sorts itself out. Nothing like doing troubleshooting live on the air. Okay, so we got devices. Where's our networking stuff? This stream is going down in the north. VM haunted during Halloween CTF. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. Okay, so if I go over to... Yeah, we don't have any networking devices now because I disabled them. Let's shut down the machine and then we'll re-enable them. And we'll see what happens after that. Okay, network, enable network adapters. And then we'll restart the machine. Somebody doesn't want us to solve these Halloween CTFs. We're being hacked. Okay, we've got our IP addresses back. We should be back on the network. And I saw some network activity up. So this is network activity, right? All right, let's try ping that thing. And now we're back online. I don't understand what the heck was going on. I guess it was haunted. I guess it was haunted. Okay, we were looking up, like, what was it? Unicode A cipher. Unicode substitution cipher algorithm. Unicode substitution cipher algorithm. Combining tilde, combining breve below cipher. Combining tilde, breve below cipher. Okay, combining tilde below symbol, meaning copy and paste. What are we talking about? Combining diacritical marks. Code points. Combining breve below. It needs quotes. Oh, really? So this was inside of Google, I'm assuming. Scream cipher. Scream cipher. Oh, huh. and it was it was covered in XKCD. Of course, XKCD. Of course, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, jeez. Oh, I see it. In the Scream cipher, messages consist all of A's with different. I see. So where is there? Explain XKCD. It's 'cause you're dumb. Well, I mean, sure does feel that way. Okay, okay. We're gonna have to come back to this. But this was, well, maybe we'll do this tomorrow as well. Well, not tomorrow, but on Halloween. On Halloween, we've got some more of these to solve, and yeah, should be fun. I don't think there are too many Halloween CTF events going on right now, or are there? Let me try searching for something. Okay, Halloween CTF event, cybersecurity. Do we have Halloween CTFs? Hack the Boo, of course, of course. Okay, so we've got so have Haunted Pumpkin OSINT CTF over here. Great. And let's see what this event is. Start date October 22nd until October 27th. That is, it's already over. Well, I guess we missed it. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and start into our next topic because we're kind of running behind schedule. All right, so we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. And thank you very much, GradXT, for letting me know about that Scream cipher. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense because the word, well, the name of the challenge is called like Scream, right? Where is it? Well, it's not called Scream. But a scream echoes through the night. Yeah, like this. All right, let's go ahead and put 60 minutes on the clock. We will switch up the topic. So the topic is topic 2. Topic 3 is on deck. And let's jump into it. So okay, so everybody, we're going to be doing our digital forensics session. Today's topic is going to be on steganography, everybody's favorite method of hiding information. And let me grab my, what was it? The PDF file that goes along with this. After school, digital forensics 2. Okay, everybody. We're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool Digital Forensics Steganography. I've got a GitHub page you can look at, a Markdown page, and it basically lays out all of the different links we're going to be using in today's workshop. Let's get into it. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Digital Forensics Steganography. Let's turn down the music for this portion of the stream. Welcome to HackerFrogs AfterSchool. This is the second Intro to Digital Forensics Basics workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. So we talked about EXIF and image file metadata. So metadata is data that provides information about other data. In the context of digital image files, each file has a plethora of metadata information which is generated when the picture is taken. Photo metadata, which is called EXIF, is easily accessible and can reveal information about the device used to take the photo or even GPS location data about where the photo was taken. We also talked about the contents of image files. So we learned about the contents of picture files and the difference between text and data. Text is computer content that is meant to be read by humans. And data content is meant to be read by computers and/or software. It is illegible if not accessed through the proper program or application. We also learned about embedded files and how embedded files can be extracted and examined using specialized software. So today we're going to be talking about steganography and the StegHide tool. So steganography is one of those topics that, well, it's not super popular, but it is something we need to be aware of. Usually when I find out that I have to do some sort of steganography challenge, I kind of groan inside because steganography is kind of it's kind of a pain in the butt to interact with. But let's learn about it. So steganography is the process of hiding information in another medium, for example, hiding a hidden message in a picture. So inside of any image file, you could potentially hide some information inside of the file because the file has a bunch of different information, and hiding a few bytes with a hidden message, it's not going to be very intrusive as far as embedding that kind of thing is concerned. So when dealing with digital files, steganography can be used to embed files or messages into different media files like picture files, video files, or audio files. Let's learn more over at tryhackme.com. So we're going to be using a TryHackMe room to investigate and learn more about steganography and the StegHide program. So log into tryhackme.com and then navigate to navigate to the link below, and that's going to be task number 4. So this is a certain module called CTF collection, and you should be able to access it after you've logged into the TryHackMe website. So we're going to go over to tryhackme.com. If you don't have an account over at TryHackMe, you can make one for free, and then you can access the room we're going to be using today. So paste in the link. And this room is called CTF Collection Volume 1. So let me show you what it looks like if you have not joined the room before. So I'll just leave the room, and then we will go back there. Okay, so after you arrive on the room here, there's going to be a green Join Room button. You have to click on this button before you can access any of the materials on the page. So go ahead and click on that button. And then we're going to go down to task number 4. So there's a, we already have it here. Okay, so task number 4. And what we're going to do is we're going to access this on our TryHackMe attack box. So because everybody doesn't necessarily have a Linux machine that they can use to solve these challenges, we're going to be using the TryHackMe attack box, which you can access by going up to the top of the page, and there's going to be a button labeled Start Attack Box underneath the icon over here. So this icon here, right underneath, there's a button called Start Attack Box. Go ahead and click on that. And then we're going to wait for this machine to initialize. So this machine has a bunch of different tools that we can use to solve the challenge. And so this is just in case you don't have your own Linux machine to solve the challenges with. Okay, so we're just going to wait for this to load up. While it's loading up, we can talk a little bit more about what we're going to be doing today. So we're going to be using the StegHide program. StegHide is a program which can be used to embed files into certain types of files, and into certain types of picture and audio files. If we use the StegHide command with the info function, we can see if there's any embedded files in the media file. And if we use the StegHide command with the extract function, any embedded files will be extracted and copied to the current directory. So we're going to be using the program to inspect these files and to potentially find hidden information. But before we do that, we need to get access to the machine. So we're just going to wait for this. There's a link to download the task files, but it's a little bit tricky. I think it's a little bit tricky if you're using the attack box to download this. Let me see if we can get this done in just a second. So let me take a look at my notes. Where are the notes? Here they are. Okay, so click Start Attack Box, download task files. In the resulting picture file, copy the full address, then click on the back button in your web browser. Click open the hide Okay, click on the clipboard button. Okay, I think I know how to do this. The last time I did this was something like 6 months ago. Anyways, so back at TryHackMe, we should see that our attack box is finished initializing. So we're just going to click into the terminal here and hit enter. That's going to dismiss the terminal. What we want to do is we want to open up the web browser inside of the attack box. So in the attack box, click on your Firefox web browser. Okay, and then you're going to see the web browser open up over here. So we can also click on download task files under task number 4 over here. So click on that. And this is going to have a picture of some dinosaurs. We're going to copy everything here, and then we're going to click the back button on the browser. And then after we do that, we're going to try to paste in the link into our browser. So paste it into the clipboard here. So open the clipboard with this button, and then click on the clipboard, paste in your file address, close the clipboard, then in the web browser, paste in the thing, hit enter. You should be able to download the file. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit tricky. Let's see if this thing works. Because what this is doing is it's accessing a S3 bucket or from tryhackme.com. I'm not sure if the attack box is able to access this file or not. I think it might have to do with how quickly you're able to get it done. Because I think the download link becomes expired very quickly after accessing this thing. So copy this, go back, and then very quickly go to your clipboard, paste in the thing, and then in the Firefox browser, paste it in. It doesn't seem to be able to access this. They don't have them in the VM already. Unfortunate. You know what? We could try looking for this as well. Okay, so let's go to the terminal and go fishing. So this is just a second. I need to find out what kind of file this is. Let's see. Let's put the attack box in full screen. So what you can do with the attack box is you can go to the middle of the screen here at the bottom. There's a button that's called View in Full Screen. And what this is going to do is it's going to open up the attack box desktop in full screen, which is much better for us. Which it means that we don't have to look at this squished view. Okay, in the meantime, we can click on the task files here. And I suppose, let's see, let's try downloading this thing. So copy link. You know what else we could do? Here, I'm going to do something really cheap. Let's see. What kind of file is this? Just a second. I'm going to download it. wget. Copy image link. Okay, we managed to download something. Oh wow, this file name is really wacky. Let's save image as. So we'll save the image as, and then we'll save it to downloads. I just want to be able to. Thank you, AWS. Very cool. I like it. Not really. Okay, okay, okay. We're just trying to find a hacky solution because because we're hackers. Extinction JPEG over here. We're just going to cat it out, and then we're going to base64 encode it so that we can write this out anywhere. So, ooh, that's pretty big. So this is the base64 encoded version of the file. Let's go back down to the end. Actually, the only thing that it this is a cheap way of moving files around, because it's taking all these bytes and then turning them into something that we can transfer around or like copy around from clipboard to clipboard. Okay, so I'll put this in a, let's see, let's try putting this in a paste bin. So I'll give everybody the paste bin link. Let's see, create new paste. I need to make sure I'm human. Yes, I'm human. Okay, so this has become kind of messy, but yeah, go over to the paste bin and grab everything inside of the paste, and then we're gonna go over to our attack box, which is over here. No, it is over, yeah. It seems like I'm having a lot of networking issues today. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, so in the clipboard, you're going to paste in whatever we found in that paste bin. Where is it? How do we, let's see, raw, and then select all, copy, then we go over to the clipboard, paste it in, close the clipboard, nano, and we'll create something called pic.b64. Okay, inside of nano here, we're editing pic.b64, paste in everything from the image, and then save it out. How fast is your internet plan? I used to suffer through 50 megabytes per second until I got gigabit cable. My internet is pretty fast. I'm able to do all sorts of stuff and live stream at the same time. Okay, so we got our base64 file here now. We can convert this back into a JPEG file with the following command. So base64d pic.b64, and then we're going to redirect that into pic.jpg. Okay, so now we've got pic.jpg, and if we open it up with xdg open, we've got the dinosaur pic, this one over here. So that was wow, that was convoluted. But okay, we can start messing around with this now. So what were we talking about? We're talking about how to use steghide. So steghide is a program which we use to embed files in certain types of picture and audio files. If we use steghide, the steghide command with the info function, we can see if there's any embedded files in the media file. So steghide info, and then the name of the picture. So in this case, it's pic.jpg. So let's go ahead and do that. Demonstration over here, steghide info space pic.jpg. Okay, try to get information about the embedded data, press Y for yes, enter a passphrase. So you can when you embed data using the StegHide program, you can select a password. In this case, there's no password, so just hit enter. And then embedded file, final message.txt. So this is a file that's been embedded into this picture file using the StegHide program. So we can extract it by using the following command: StegHide extract pic.jpg. Oh, no. There's one extra thing we need to do when we extract. Okay. So when we do StegHide extract, we need to add this extra little part onto the command, -sf for steganography file. And then the name of the file is going to ask for the passphrase, and then it's going to extract the file. So this is what we do. Back here. So StegHide extract -sf space pic.jpg. It's going to ask us for the passphrase. There is no passphrase. Wrote extracted data to final message.txt. So here we can take a look at the final message.txt file that we extracted from the picture. And it says it's going to be over soon, sleep my child, and then we've got a flag. So we can copy the flag and we can submit this as the answer for the task. Go over to the clipboard, copy this, and then go down to task number 4. And this is the answer over here. So paste in the flag and then click on submit answer, and then you're finished with the task. Okay, so there's one. So this was the first example of using the StegHide program to embed files. So the other thing we could do is we can also embed files ourselves. Let's see, how did you download the picture using wget? Mine is failing. Yeah, so we're not using wget in this case because wget's not working. The attack box inherently doesn't have a connection to anything else on the network. So what we need to do is we need to go over to this paste bin here, and this is the picture file that's been transformed into base64 encoded strings. So you can select all and then copy it, and then go over to the clipboard in the attack box and then paste in the contents of the paste bin. So after you do that, make a file called something.b64 using the nano text editor, and then paste in the bytes, or sorry, the base64 string, save it out, and then use the base64 command in decode mode on whatever file that you just created, and redirect that output to a picture file. So picture.jpg, like this. I'll give everybody the command in the chat. It shouldn't be this complicated, but I'm assuming that people don't have access to a Linux machine with the proper tools. So this is just how you do it if you're using the free tools. Okay, so we have one more. Let me take a look at the notes. Notes. Okay, so challenge number 2 is StegHide embedding tutorial. So this is the same thing. We just need to Okay, create a secret message file to embed into the JPEG file. So we can use this command over here to create a secret message. And we're just going to go over here. We're still using the attack box. So echo out, I don't know, HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. And we're going to redirect that into a file called secret.txt. Okay, and after that we've got a secret.txt file in here. This is the file that we're going to embed into the picture file here. So after you've created your pic.jpg file, we can go ahead and embed this new message into here, or the new file, secret.txt. And this is how you do it. We have some commands. Use steghide to embed the secret.txt file into the JPEG file with this command. So it's steghide embed cf, and then we can provide a password, and then we can provide the file that we want to embed into, and then we can provide the file that we want to embed over here. But let me go ahead. Well, I'll provide the command that we're using over here, but we're going to need to adjust the command because the names of the files are going to be slightly different. Okay, so in this case, the -cf, which is the file that we're going to embed into, it's not called HackerFrog.jpg. In this case, it's called pic.jpg. Whatever you named it might be something else. So, but we're going to use pic.jpg, and we need to provide a password to protect the file. In this case, we'll just use something like password123, and the -ef over here is the embedded file. So we're going to embed the secret.txt file into the pic.jpg file using steghide. So when we give the command, it says over here, embedding secret.txt into pic.jpg, done. Okay, so now we're going to delete secret.txt because we're going to demonstrate how to extract it from the pic.jpg file again. So rm secret.txt, and then steghide info on pic.jpg. So this is going to get some information about this JPEG file. Okay, try to get information about the embedded data, press Y for yes. It's going to ask us for the passphrase. So we actually embedded it using a passphrase, so we need to give the passphrase, which is password123. Okay, and then we get the information, embedded file secret.txt, and this is what we can do. We can extract it using steghide extract -sf for a steganography file pic.jpg. Okay, it's going to ask us for the passphrase one more time. It's password123, and then wrote extracted data to secret.txt, which we see over here. So we can read it, and we managed to successfully embed some stuff in there. This message, HackerFrogs like and subscribe. I think we've got one more challenge that we can go through that talks about steganography as well. Oh, is there nothing else? Hold on. I think there might be a steganography challenge over at another website. Let me see if I can get it. Ooh, we need this for later. hackmyvm.eu. So hackmyvm.eu is another cybersecurity education platform, and they've got a bunch of challenges. They've got some in the steganography challenge in the steganography category over here. Let's go ahead and investigate here. All right, so we got a bunch of different challenges, and I'm pretty sure that everybody should be able to use the link without being logged in. But I need to check this. Okay, so what is the download path? So downloads, we can copy the link. Okay, everybody go ahead and try to download this file without being logged in. Let me know if it lets you do it. Actually, I think I can, Let me see if I can wget this file. Okay, you can download the zip file. So how would you do this? If you don't have access to like a Linux machine to do this stuff on, how else could we do it? Well, I can make another pastebin file for you again. Let me go ahead and try doing that. So it's gonna we're just gonna unzip 19.zip and inflating txt file. What? Uh-oh. But this kind of reminds me of the stuff we were doing earlier today. Why is this a text file? ShinBDR, hello. Hello, nice to see you here. What are we doing? We're learning about steganography, but I guess this challenge, I was just trying to wing it, because... Hold on. Let me take a look at my notes. Seems like kind of a... I'm going to have to expand this lesson because it seems a bit short. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so 019 flag inside the file. Okay, well, I mean, I just wanted to get an example of like a JPEG file. Let's see if I can find one. 22. Okay, let's download that thing. I just want to make sure that this is the right type of file we're looking at. Hiding text inside of other text is a whole other kind of steganography. It sure is. Sure is. So I want something classic. Okay, so this is a PNG file. So PNG files don't really, well, we're dealing with the we want to learn the steghide tool first. So I don't want to deal with the PNG file right now. So let's try this one. Okay, so this one is 25. This is another PNG file. So the classic use of steganography, this is an audio file. So you can, oh man. So audio file, how about this one? The image contains the flag. Okay, let's see if this image qualifies. Another PNG. How about 38? This is audio. Obtain the flag. 40, huh? Okay. Future lessons should include spectrogram audio file steganography. Well, I mean, it's meant to be a introduction, but it is kind of fun though. More TXT stuff. Okay. Well, let me show everybody what it's like to run it on PNG files. So PNG files they're a different type of image, and the tools that we use are slightly different. So let's see what happens if we do xdg open on this first one is 22.png. Okay, so we got this image right over here, and it's kind of a weird looking image. We could investigate this using steganography. So the steganography tools for PNG files, they're slightly different than the ones for JPEG files. I think the one we're looking for in PNG files is called zsteg. Okay, so what do we got? So we got a file. Do we have an embedded file in here? Just a second, everybody. I'm gonna do a quick search to see if we can find some other steganography on TryHackMe. Oops. Don't want to get certified, thank you. Okay, so we got a couple of rooms. We got Cicada Volume 1, Capture the Flag, iOS Forensics, and let's see if Basic Steganography and Cryptography Challenge based on the Cicada 3301 challenges. Find hidden finals, the final song, gather metadata, decode the passphrase. I've never done these rooms before, but we'll see if we can find something really quick. Sick the Mind, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We've been doing some Halloween CTF challenges over here, and we're trying to figure out a quick way to. You know what? I wonder if there are any rooms on here that deal with steganography. Okay, and then we'll try find dot name something the word steg to dev null. Shane BR says, isn't binwalk also used for PNG information extraction or something? I mean, when we're using binwalk, it's not necessarily steganography. Binwalk can also carve out files attached to it at the end of other files, but it won't pull out the data encoded in pixels. But let's see. The thing I wanted to illustrate is this. The most basic form of steganography is when you've got a picture file over here. It's usually going to be a JPEG file, and you can use steghide to extract or get information about those files. Sometimes the files have a passphrase associated with them, and you have to use that passphrase in order to get access to the information. So when you do other challenges, sometimes, depending on the type of file, you'll want to do different types of forensics analysis on it. For instance, you can use EXIF tool to get information about the file in the form of metadata over here. And sometimes you're able to get the answer just from the metadata. So if not just the metadata, you can also run the strings command on the file to extract any data strings. So sometimes you're able to find meaningful strings hidden inside of the file. When you run strings, you usually want to run it with a number argument to return only that number of characters or more in your string. So this makes sure that you only grab large strings that might be significant, as opposed to grabbing really small strings that may or may not be important for your investigation. So those are two tools that you usually do on each one of these. Shane BDR says, I'm going to classes. I'll watch this later. Have a nice day, HackerFrogs. No worries, Shane BDR. Thank you. Thank you very much. The other thing that we want to do when we've got like just a random file that we have to run forensics on is we'd use binwalk to see if the file has anything embedded inside of it. So you just run binwalk. Oh, is there no binwalk on here? Hold on. Love the digital forensics one from yesterday. Yeah, yeah. We're just kind of reviewing the digital forensics stuff from last time. So binwalk. Is there no binwalk here? The other program that we can use to extract files in a digital forensic sense, we could use Foremost. Oops. Uh-oh. Something's wrong with my terminal. So the good thing about the terminals is that if you screw something up, you can just open up a new one. That's great. So foremost pic.jpg. Please specify another directory or run with -t. Root output is not empty. Why is it doing this? Hold on. Okay, so let me go ahead and create the JPEG file again on my machine. Okay. GreatXT says, haven't used Foremost before. Let's see. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's see. Haven't used Foremost before. Foremost, it operates a lot like binwalk. But we got the picture here. We can run binwalk on picture.jpg to see if there's anything in here. So if there's something in here, there'll usually be more than one file listed under binwalk. Decimal is basically where in the file this file exists. There's also a hexadecimal like offset as well. And it just says JPEG image file, which means that there's nothing really embedded in here. John 2.0, hello, fancy seeing you here. Nice to see you here, John 2.0. I'm just teaching people about digital file forensics and how to do steganography, which is my favorite thing in the world. So binwalk, we can also do foremost and take a look, picture.jpg. And foremost will extract anything from the picture into a, what is it, like an output directory over here. So if we go into output, you got auto.txt and JPEG, which, well, I mean, this JPEG is the original JPEG. It's probably like a thumbnail or something. The other thing that we could illustrate is, what was it, PicoCTF Matryoshka. This one over here, Matryoshka doll. And if you want to take a look, you're one of those defer crazies. And no, I'm not a defer crazy at all. I would like to learn about digital forensics more. I'm teaching some very basic stuff about digital forensics right now. Let's get out of here. Let's download that file. So the dolls.jpg file, we were taking a look at this last time. And if we use foremost to investigate this file, temp output is not empty. Let's empty that directory then. Then we'll run it again. So foremost, it takes whatever it extracted and it puts it in the output directory. So this is, we got PNG and we have zip. So we extracted a PNG. We also extracted a zip. And if we go into that PNG directory, then we see that there's another PNG in here. But we can also foremost this new PNG here. Wasn't there supposed to be a zip? Oh, no. We should have been taking a look at the zip file here. So we got a zip file. We can unzip that. But basically what I want to illustrate is that there's a few different options we have for investigating these files. So we could use strings, we could use exif tool, we can use steghide, and actually the best thing, so steghide is the classic tool for extracting steganography information from these JPEG files. But there's actually a much faster and much more efficient tool that we can use. It's called stegseek. So stegseek combines steghide, and it also combines brute forcing capabilities. So we can run stegseek on picture.jpg, and if there's steganography information that's password protected, it'll brute force the password out of it. And it uses, I think it uses the rocku.txt list by default. So we just run the command found passphrase, original file name, final message.txt, extracting picture.jpg.out. So picture.jpg.out is this a, oh, this is the text file. Picture.jpg.out. And then this is the hidden information in here that I was able to extract. But yeah, steganography it's something that you can really get wrapped up into and do a lot of research into. I know the basics of steganography, and that's what I wanted to teach you all today. It's actually kind of rare to find steganography challenges on their own. They're usually wrapped up with inside of other challenges. And yeah, if you want to take a look and try this out yourself on your own time, then you can go ahead and try this GitHub page. I've got information about how to use the steghide command, and some other stuff about navigating the TryHackMe attack box. Lots of fun. We might be closing out the class a little bit early today, but let's talk about this. So let's review the digital forensics concepts we learned in today's workshop. Steganography, wow! It's the process of hiding information in another medium. For example, hiding a hidden message inside of a picture. When dealing with digital files, steganography can be used to embed files or messages into different media files, like pictures and videos and audio files. Steghide is a program which we use to embed files into certain types of picture and audio files. Embedding files with steghide can use password protection for added security. In the next digital forensics workshop, we'll introduce network traffic analysis with the TryHackMe platform. So if you ever wondered what most digital forensics challenges have to do with, they have to do with packet capture analysis. Packet capture analysis is basically a bunch of web traffic that goes from that is being recorded between a bunch of different hosts, and figuring out how to parse that information. It's a whole thing. Okay, so John Tudano says, "Do you ever talk at con? Seems like you'd be good at it." Yeah, I've talked at my local B-Sides con. So if you're in the Vancouver area, we've got B-Sides Vancouver, which is something you can usually find me at this convention every year. It's well, I mean, everybody who lives in like a big city usually has a B-Sides convention that has a bunch of cybersecurity stuff going on. But anyways, let's go ahead and close out today's session, and we'll move on into the next portion of today's stream. So the next portion of today's stream, let's close out topic 2, and let's move on to topic 3. So topic 3 is PicoCTF demonstrations. Okay, so we were working a little bit with PicoCTF today already, but we also did PicoCTF last time, and there are a couple of challenges that I want to do demonstrations for. So web app, and they're from the CMU Africa event over here. If you don't have an account over at PicoCTF, you can make one for free. You just need to go over to this link and sign up. It's completely free, so why not? We're going to be doing a demonstration for Crack the Gate 1 and Crack the Gate 2. These are two web app security challenges. Let me get my notes for these and then we can start. And you know what? I'll put an hour on the clock. I'm pretty sure that the demonstrations aren't going to take an hour. But so HackerFrogs AfterSchool, walkthroughs, PicoCTF. If anybody's wondering where I keep all the HackerFrogs files, the GitHub repository is over here. Okay, so this is for the Crack the Gate 1.pdf. Okay, let me do my introduction because I need to turn these into YouTube videos eventually, and then we can get going. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Crack the Gate 1 challenge from PicoCTF.org. This is an easy challenge in the WebEx category as part of the Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. So the description of the challenge says, we're in the middle of an investigation. One of our persons of interest, CTF player, is believed to be hiding sensitive data inside a restricted web portal. We've uncovered the email address he uses to log on in, ctf-player@picoctf.org. Unfortunately, we don't know the password, and the usual guessing techniques haven't worked. But something feels off. It's almost like the developer left a secret way in. Can you figure it out? Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. Okay, so this is one of those challenges where you need to launch a virtual machine that hosts the website that we need to investigate. So what you want to do is you want to click on the launch instance button over here. So after a few moments, you're going to see that the website is started up, and there's a link down in the description here. So the website is running here. You can copy that link. I will give everybody a link to the challenge, just in case you want to follow along. Okay, let's go ahead and navigate to that challenge. Whoops. Okay, so this is a login page like any other. We were told that the account that we need to log in as is ctfplayer@picoctf.org. So if we're just going to copy this and we're going to go over to the login page, we'll paste in the email here. For the password, we don't know it, so we'll just type in something like test. We'll try to log in, and we get a message that says invalid credentials. So what's going on over here? Another thing we can do is we can take a look at the web page source, view page source, and we're just going to take a look at what's going on inside the web page. So inside the web page, we see, well, the first thing that really catches our eye is that there's a hidden message in here. There's a hidden message in here. There's also a note that says remove before pushing to production. Okay, everybody, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm gonna have to run an ad on YouTube. We'll be back in about 1 minute. I just need to do a little break and have a little bit of water. But in the meantime, listen to these sick tunes and watch the birds. Okay, so John says, short 37-hour drive away from Vancouver. 37 hours. Do you live in Texas or do you live in Florida? Because it sounds like it's probably going to be one of those two. All right, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we got this mysterious message over here. The other thing that we need to take note of in this application is that the method that we're going to be sending to the application to log in, this is spelled out for us. So it says over here in the script, in the JavaScript, fetch login. So this is making a post request to the login endpoint over here. It's going to send content type application JSON. So this is JSON information we're sending, and we're sending our form data. So the form data is defined up here. So form data is email, email value, and then password value. This is going to be important when we start crafting our payloads later. Khalid says, hello from Sierra Leone. Hello, Khalid. Nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's talk about what's actually going on. Where's my JPEG? Where's my PDF file? Here it is. Okay, so in this challenge, there's an encoded message in the HTTP comments inside the app's login page. So this is the message right here. And what we can do, we can decrypt the message. So it turns out that this message is encoded in a very common classic encryption method, which is called ROT13. So in ROT13, each letter in the original message is rotated by 13 letters to form the encrypted message. Kali Linux, hello, nice to see you here. That's quite the name. So if, for example, when you've got ROT13 and the original message has an A, that would turn into an N in the encrypted message. Or if there's a letter B, it turns into the letter O, etc., etc. If there's the letter O, it turns back into the letter A. Basically, everything is going to be... It's a very, very clean method of encryption, and that's what we can do with the stuff over here. Where is it? Where is that hidden message? This one. Okay, so we're just going to copy this. There are a few well-known web applications that can do encryption and decryption from ROT13. So if we go over to, I don't know, rot13.com, we can paste in our original message, and it gives us this message over here. So note Jack, temporary bypass, use header xdev access, yes. So what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with a hidden HTTP header. So, I mean, HTTP headers are things that we can send along with our web requests. And in this case, let's talk a little bit more about this. So the message is encrypted using a common classic encryption method, ROT13, and we get this message over here. So the other thing we need to know to solve the challenge is we need to know what kind of post data we need to send to the web page. So on the web page, the JavaScript lets us know what kind of data to send with our HTTP post request to the login page, and this is it over here. So we have to combine all this information to craft a payload that we can send to the server to get the flag. So we know to send, we have to know what kind of information to send this to the web server here. And in this case, we're going to be using a curl command to send a post request. We're going to include the header content type application JSON because that's the type of information we're sending. We're going to send the JSON data, email ctfplayer@picoctf.org, and password equal to test. And we're going to include the hidden HTTP header xdev access, which is set to yes. So we're going to combine all of this, and we're going to send this to the web server and solve the challenge. So let me go ahead and go back to the web page here. How much time do we have left? We've got 7 minutes. Okay, good. So I'm just going to grab this. We're going to Actually, let me show you how to solve this inside of the PicoCTF web shell. So the PicoCTF web shell is something everybody has access to. It's not that tough. It's a basic Caesar cipher. The limitation, it never rotates special characters. Yeah, that's the other thing about the Caesar cipher, is that all special characters, everything that's not an alphabet letter, that they don't get affected. Okay, so here's the PicoCTF web shell. We can use this to solve the challenge, and we know that this is the server we're contacting. We just run curl x post, so we're sending a post request. Header, what is that header? Content type application JSON. Okay, we need to send a few other things as well. Brennan, hello, nice to see you here. When are we ending the stream? Probably in three hours or so. Content type application JSON. We need to send data, email, CTF player, password test, and then we need to send the other header, xdev access yes. Okay, let me very quickly type that in. So the data is inside of these curly braces because it's JSON data. What was it? Email. CTF-player at PicoCTF.org. We've got password, tests, and we've got one more header we need to include here. So the other header is xdev access. Yes. Okay, so I think this is the command we want to send. Oh, wait. There's one last thing we need to do. We need to send this to the login endpoint. So this is the complete command over here. I just need to make sure that there's no typos in here. I don't like to type or move the mouse more than I need to. No worries. You can also use --JSON with curl. Oh, I didn't know about that. That's something new. Okay, unexpected token in JSON at position something something. I must have done something. Okay, so let's see. Gotta wrap it with single quotes. Oh, right. This has to be single quotes. Okay, so we managed to contact the server. So we get the response: success true, email this, first name this, flag PicoCTF brute force. Brute force? I mean, we didn't do brute force, but sure. That's the flag. Okay, we're just gonna copy this. Escape every double quote. Gotta wrap it with single quotes or escape the double with the every single double quote. But yeah, so sometimes when you're dealing with information like this, you need to make sure to alternate your quotes. So if you got single quotes, if you got double quotes, you need to make sure that the stuff inside, any quotes inside of the single quotes are double quotes. So you alternate single quotes and then double quotes. Yeah, the flag is a bit more befitting of the level 2 of this challenge. That's true. That's true, Segfaults. Let's go ahead and submit this flag. Where is it? Crack the gate 1. Okay, so submit the flag, and you're done. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Crack the Gate 1 challenge from the PicoCTF platform as part of its Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Not leaving. We've got one more challenge to work through. Sick of the Mind says, Windows command is just a lost cause because of double quotes and single quotes. I use PowerShell every once in a while, even though Windows is my host OS. I use WSL for anything technical. Yeah, I mean, using Power... I mean, I'm not... I don't know too much about PowerShell, but I do know that doing any command inside of PowerShell is very, very long. Very, very verbose. Okay, so we're going to do one more demonstration, and then we might be going back to some of other challenges until the next portion of the stream. Hold on. So before we start this next one, let me grab... Well, we can start closing out some of these windows we're not using. And you might be interested in taking a look at the code we're going to be writing for this over here. GradXC says, yeah, it's like as if the people who made C# made a shell language. Wait, yeah, that's exactly what happened, huh? Okay. PicoCTF 2025 mini, can't crack the gate 2 PDF. This one is a more complicated version of the previous challenge. All right, so let's go ahead. Okay, this is all good. Login page. Don't need this stuff. Let's do the introduction. Henry, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done any of our redeems. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Crack the Gate 2 challenge from the PicoCTF platform as part of their Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. It's a medium challenge in the WebEx category. The description says, the login system has been upgraded with a basic rate-limiting mechanism that locks out repeated failed attempts from the same source. We've received a tip that the system might still trust user-controlled headers. Your objective is to bypass the rate-limiting restriction and log in using the known email address ctfplayer@picoctf.org and uncover the hidden secret. Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. Sick of the Mind says, some of my better PowerShell scripts use pinvoke. Pinvoke, I don't know that one. Henry says, I remember that I tried to do that one, but I can't. Oh, no worries. We're going to be teaching you how to do this one. Okay, let's click on Launched Instance. Process invoke. Process invoke. All right, so we've started the challenge. We've got a website. The website is running here. Can you try to log in? Download the password list here. So we got two links. One is for the actual website, and the other one is for a list of passwords. So what they want us to do is they want us to do some brute force attacks. Let's talk a little bit more about this. Actually, let's go over to the website first. Okay, we got email. It's supposed to be ctfplayer@picoctf.org, and the password is test. So if we tried to do some brute force attacks, log in as test, log in as test2, then we see this message over here. Too many failed attempts. Please try again in 20 minutes. I mean, we can't try again in 20 minutes because the virtual machine that hosts the page, it only runs for 15 minutes. So obviously we need to get around this. Let's talk a little bit more about it. Sick of the Mind says, allows managed code to execute unmanaged functions residing in DLLs, namely Windows Win32 API functions. So let's see, you said that some of your better PowerShell scripts use pinvoke. Is pinvoke allowed by Windows Defender? It sounds like something that would be restricted. Anyways, okay, so what we have to understand before we get going with the challenge is that what we're sending to the server, it's very, very similar to the previous challenge. So our form data is email value, password value. We're still sending it to the login endpoint by post method, and we're sending content type application JSON. So this is going to be very similar data we're sending to the server this time, except that we need to do brute force, but we need to make sure that our brute force attack gets through, because the application is going to block us depending on what IP address we send to it. So let's talk a little bit more about this. Sick of Mind says, Defender allows it, AMSI doesn't allow certain things, but that's easy to bypass. Yeah, man, I really want to dive deep into Windows hacking, but I'm going to have to wait until a good time to do that. Alright, so this is Crack the Gate 2. We're doing brute force protection bypass. Actually, wait. Hold on. Here? Okay, so this is Crack the Gate 2, and in this challenge we're tasked with brute forcing a user login page, but the app blocks our IP address after 2 failed login attempts. So what we need to do is we need to do brute force protection bypass. We need to log in as the CTF player at PicoCTF.org, and we need to use a password list. So we have a username to log in as, and we have a list of potential passwords, but we need to find a way to bypass the IP lockout protection. So one thing that we didn't do is we didn't download the password file. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so the password list is here. Let's go ahead and copy that, and we'll just copy it to our directory. Okay, so if we take a look at the passwords.txt file, it's a list of different passwords that could be used in the application. We're going to be using this with our brute force attack in just a little bit. Okay, this is where the X_for header comes in, and one potential bypass for an IP block protection is to use the X_for header, which we can include with our login post requests. So what is the X_for header? It is something it is a legitimate HTTP header, and this header allows us to specify the IP address of the client, and it's often used by proxy web servers to keep track of the original sender's IP address. So when we send web requests, we're usually not interacting with the web server itself, but it has to go through a number of web server proxies, so other computers that relay information. And when we relay this information, it has to know what the original IP address was, and that's what it uses the X_for HTTP header for. But the X_for HTTP header can also be used to bypass IP lockout protections by sending a different IP address through the H_for header with each login request. Henry asks, what is a bypass? So a bypass is finding a way past a certain protection. In this case, we're trying to bypass the IP filter that the application has. So the application blocks your IP, but in this case, we're going to be sending a different IP with each one of our web requests. So to do this, we can use the FFUF brute forcing tool, or it's a fuzzing tool. It's a very popular program that is used to do different web app security testing. Sick the Mind says, if I put a cone in front of the doorway and then you walk around it, then you bypass the control that was put in place. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I guess you could say that. That's a good analogy. Sick in the Mind, thank you. Okay, so we're going to be using the FFUF tool to do a brute force attack. But before we do that, we need to set up some things. So inside of here, we've got our passwords. So we have our passwords right here. We need to know how many passwords are on this list, because that's the number of requests that we're going to be sending. So this is 20. This is 20 passwords. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a list of numbers. And we're going to use the sequence command 1 to 20. And we're just going to call that numbers.txt, because we're going to be using this as part of our attack. Okay, so we're going to be using the numbers.txt list. We're going to be using the passwords list. And we're going to be sending this information with FFUF. We're going to send a post request. So FFUF, capital X post, we send our JSON data. Our JSON data, email, CTF player, password is fuzz2. So we got two things we're going to be replacing with our word lists. So the password is going to be fuzz2, and x-forwarded4 is going to be fuzz1. So what we're going to do in x-forwarded4, we're going to replace our IP address with another IP address, and this is going to be part of the fuzzing attack. We're going to send it to this IP address right here. Sorry, this URL right here to the login endpoint. So for fuzz2, we're going to use passwords.txt, so the password's in that list. And for fuzz1, we're going to use the numbers we created. So it's going to be 10.10.10.1 and .2 and .3, etc. Henry asks, why use FFUF and not curl? So curl doesn't do brute force attacks very well. Or I mean, you could do brute force attacks with curl, but it's not optimized for that. So this is a more specialized tool. So yeah, I mean, you could use curl, but you'd have to write like a script that uses curl. But FFUF is more suited to this kind of task. Okay, so with FFUF, we're going to match the codes, all of them, and we're going to use the pitchfork mode with FFUF. So the pitchfork mode in FFUF means that for the first password, we're going to use the first number, and for the second password, we're going to use the second number, etc., etc. Okay, so let me get the syntax for the FFUF command. Where'd it go? Okay, so this is the FFUF command. I'll just paste it in to the chat. FFUF allows for fuzzing in place. Curl just sends what you add to it. It's not optimized for fuzzing. So FFUF it's pretty specialized software. And let's see, everything's going to be the same, except instead of 127, I'm going to do 10 dot, which is kind of a more slightly more realistic IP address. And the other thing we need to do is we need to make sure that the port number is not, well, the port number is the same as our application, because the port number is going to be different each time we do the challenge. We got 5 minutes left. Okay, so what is the port number? So we can get the port number from the application here. Copy that. Plug it in here into the command. And we're ready to go. So what we're going to do is we're going to send 20 requests, and we're going to see which which password works. So with each request, we're going to replace our x-forwarded4 value over here with a different IP address so that we don't get locked out. Okay, and we're going to notice that one of these payloads has a different result. So this one right here, this password has a response size of 132, where the other ones had a response size of 17. So this is probably what we're looking for over here. Let's copy that. And we can send it through curl. Actually, wait. instead of sending it through curl, I'm going to show you another method that we could use to solve the challenge over here. Okay, so the other method we can use to solve the challenge is Python script, because we love coding in Python on the HackerFrogs channel. So we've got a Python solution here, and if you want to take a look at it, you can take a look at the page here. We'll go over what the Python script does before we run it. And we can do this instead of our what is it called? Our PicoCTF web shell. So the PicoCTF web shell is here. Okay, we got 3 minutes to do this. Okay, so in the web shell, we're going to create a Python script. We're just going to call it brute.py. Okay, and then we're going to paste in our code. And I'm just going to explain quickly what's going on. Oh, there's a couple of files we need to... there's the password file we need in here. Okay, let me download that file. We only have 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, download the password list here. Copy link. Okay, and the last thing we need to do is we need to get the port number, because the port number is going to be different. Copy that port number, go back to the web shell. Okay, let me replace the port number in here. Okay, so the script is going to open up the passwords.txt file, and it's going to run through each line in the file. And for each line in the file, we've got all of our parameters here: email, password, payload, and the URL. We're going to send it these headers over here: content type application JSON, exported for 10.10.10 I. I was the iterator over here, so it's just a number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to print out trying password this line, server response, and then if there's true and not false in the response, it's going to send that we found the password and then break from the script. Let's run the script. Okay, so we get too many failed attempts for these passwords here, but we get success and true for this password over here. So we managed to get the password, and we managed to get the flag for the challenge: PicoCTF XFF bypass brute. Great. So we're just going to copy that, and then we're going to submit this to the challenge. Submit the flag, and then we're done. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Crack the Gate 2 challenge from the PicoCTF platform as part of their Mini Pico by CMU Africa event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Alright, so dang, that was easy. Well, I mean, if you know the answers, anything's easy, but I mean, the thing is that we need to learn the techniques. We need to be able to do them comfortably, even if the circumstances change a little bit. But anyways, let's do an ad. So I'll run an ad on YouTube. We'll run an ad on Twitch, and we'll be back in about 60 seconds. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and watch some birds. Alright, we'll be back in 60 seconds. Enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Where are my birds? Here we are. Alright. Okay, so let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. All right, so that was crack the gate 2. So each Wednesday I try to demonstrate at least one web app challenge. PicoCTF is very popular, so that's why I decided to demonstrate stuff from PicoCTF. I mean, people said that these were easy challenges. The demonstrations are supposed to be they're supposed to show you in a very easy to understand way what's going on for each one of the challenges here. And just talking about what is actually going on in the challenges and the way we're supposed to solve them. So if there's anything you don't understand about any of the stuff that we're doing, please let us know in the comments and in the chat. I'll try to explain as best I can. So we didn't have very much time to talk about the script. So the script, it's a pretty simple script as far as the Python script is concerned, but I just wanted to provide a way of solving the challenge in case you didn't have access to the FFUF program. It's kind of a specialized program, but everybody has access to Python. Well, most people have a lot more people have access to Python. So what we do here is we just run through each one of the passwords inside the passwords.txt list, and then inside of for each password we set up a bunch of parameters here. So email, password, payload, URL, endpoint, and then the headers we need to send with each one of these things. So the response is going to be, the actual request is going to be request.post URL, JSON, and then headers, and then the response from the server, we're going to save it as the response variable here. We just print out trying each line in the password, and for each one of those we print out the server response. If we don't get the false response from the server, then we know that we've got the right password, and we print it out, and then we break out of the program. Code Review Guru, hello, nice to see you here. Learning Frogs, hey, welcome to the stream, Code Review Guru. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun video redeem to welcome you in. How about a Nyan Cat? Oh, that's not how you spell redeem. Oh, I recognize that name. I recognize that name. Yeah, I think I've seen... that that your YouTube channels show up in my feed. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. I hope you're having a good time, Code Review Guru. And what are we doing next? Okay, so we've got a little bit of time to kill before the next thing starts up. So we're going to go back to the challenge we were doing before. So the challenge we were doing before, we were dealing with this Scream cipher over here, where each thing in the cipher is just an A with a different diacritic on it. Okay, so the first known translator hosted on GitHub Pages. So let's see, a more bare bones implementation hosted on Netify, a terminal implementation. So we got, are we back to this? I mean, we got about 21 minutes before we need to move on to the next topic. So I think we might be going back to our Halloween challenges. So let me, so if anybody's wondering what challenge we're talking about this challenge over here. If you want to take part yourself, you would want to use this username password, which is HT or demo and HTW123, like this. Okay, so let's copy this thing and
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Samurai Dante, welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's see, a terminal implementation, Scream cipher, GitHub. And more bare bones implementation hosted on Netlify. Let me see if I can open this up. Scream Cipher. Index.html. Is this not hosted somewhere? You can see it running in the wild at screamcipher.netlify.app. Okay, let's see if it's still running up there. Okay, cool. So hello world translates to this. That's a lot of fun. Okay, so Scream Cipher text, let's delete all this. And let's grab our Scream Cipher text over here. What did I save it as? But anyways, the challenge was over here. And this is just a bunch of A's. Black Hacker is here. Hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so the answer you're looking for is blua. A fresh, alicious, fresh blua. Your blua, blua, blua. Is it blua or blood? I can't tell. Let's try submitting blua as the answer. Miscopied. Did I miscopy it? Let me go over to the thing again. Copy all this stuff. Blua? Nah, I guess it's not blua. It still says blua. It's probably, yeah, recopied from the website. It's probably blood. It's probably blood. Anyways, let's go back to the website here. We'll submit blood. Blood is correct. Use the GitHub Pages one. Oh, really? Is that one more accurate? Okay, so GitHub Pages. Is this this is JavaScript. Okay, so this is javascript.js, and it's not hosted anywhere, huh? Go to the decoder link. Decoder link, go to decoder encoder. Ah, okay. Let's paste in the text, decode, blood. Oh, this one works better. This one works better than the previous one. Okay. Alright, well, let's copy that link. Been pretty good. Nice to see you here. Hope all is well. Just been busy working. I mean, it's better busy than bored. I haven't seen you online in quite a while. I hope you're doing okay. I've just been keeping busy over at HackerFrogs. Okay, so this one is let's see. Just a second. I'm trying to record all of the solutions for these Halloween challenges. And let's see, the URL for the challenge, the concept for the challenge. Actually, it's category then concept. Okay, and the method of solving the challenge. How do they even crack these ciphers? I mean, you just have to know, and you have to do some research. Okay, so this is the challenge over here. And let me... So this is 349. So challenge 349, day 4. I think this is day 4. Was this day 3 or day 4? This is day 4. Okay. Okay, so how do we feel about this challenge? Was fun, learned something, well made, was okay. So I definitely learned something. I didn't know about this Scream cipher, so I learned something from the challenge. So I took a look at the name of the Unicode characters with the word cipher, and it came up in Google. You can also use decode. It was in there, really. So decode.fr is a really popular site for encryption and decryption stuff. What was it? Decode.fr. Oh, that's not it. HTTPS decode.fr/en. Okay, so this is the site over here. It's a French website. Decode is love, decode is life. It's pretty good. But I think there's a an identifier as well. So I think there's a spot where you can what is it called? Paste in a ciphertext. Let's see. Oh, over here. So automatic cipher identifier. Let me click on that. Did I not go through? Just a second. Under similar pages, right side. Yep, you got it. Okay, so this. Did my internet didn't go dead again, did it? Another haunting? I really hope not. But this isn't going through. Let's see if we can get some Google stuff. Uh-oh. looks like my my internet is crapping out again. This is really annoying. Let's see if I can ping. Yeah, looks like... What's going wrong? The Scream cipher, this has happened twice trying to solve it. It's always DNS. So I think there's something about these characters that that really screw up my internet connection for some strange reason. No idea. It might be that the weird combination of Unicode characters. Anyways, I'm gonna have to shut down my box and restart it. So let me go ahead and do that. I don't want to have to do this, but... Okay, we're going to leave the page. Sorry everybody, just need to take care of some technical difficulties. I get it's a joke, but if it was DNS, then the ping to 8888 would work. But anyways, let me try resetting my network adapters. So I just disable the network adapters and then start the machine, and then we'll shut down the machine again and turn on the network adapters. The good thing is that this is happening on my virtual machine and not my actual host machine, because if it was happening on my host machine, then my stream would go down. So it's better that it's happening on the virtual machine. Okay, so we'll start the machine. The other good thing about using virtual machines is that if for some reason you really screw up your virtual machine and it doesn't work anymore, you can just reset it to a previous snapshot or a previous state where the machine worked. Okay, so check my IP address. There are no networking devices. There are no networking interfaces here. So I'm just gonna go shut the machine down. Thank you very much for subscribing with Prime, Glymex. Thank you. Good evening, Glymex. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, let's start up the machine again. GradXT says, snapshots are nice. Honestly, the one thing WSL needs only way to back up is to back up the entire virtual disk. That sounds like a pain in the butt. Okay, we'll be back on in just a second, but thank you very much to Glymex for subscribing with Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free subscription to a Twitch streamer channel of your choice, and it resets at the beginning of every month. So if you want to find out how to do that, we've got a guide over here. We've just sent it to the chat. Okay, let's do ping. Okay, so ping works again. I really hope I don't have to reset my my networking devices again this stream, because it's a big inconvenience each time. Okay, let's go ahead and, man, we need to redo this thing again. Okay, let's go and solve the next challenge. So we'll just skip this one. We'll skip the walkthrough we were doing for this challenge, because we really want to get as many of these Halloween challenges done as we can. So there's day 5 over here. And, ooh, that's a big scary ghost. Alright. Everybody, if you want to do this challenge yourself, you need to log in as demo and HTW123. Okay, so we're just gonna try to create our walkthrough file here. Okay, category, concept, and method to solve. So it's fun doing these little mini challenges. What is this called? 350? This is day 5. Okay, this poor ghost has 6 bullet holes. Maybe it's trying to tell you something. Look closely at the shade of red. The shade of red? Okay, and then are we supposed to submit the hex code? So we know that each, so there are a bunch of like web ready colors that are shades of color between the values of 0 and 255. So these have hex representations, and let's see if we can find something to identify them. Okay, so what is it called? Hex. What are they called again? They're called color hex identifier. So color picker online and color from image hex RGB HTML. So pick colors from an image sampler or spectrum. I wonder if there's okay, so we can copy and paste a image, and the image we're dealing with is, where is it? Just hold on a second, everybody. I just need to close out some of these tabs because we got too many of these darn tabs open. Okay, so this is the image of the ghost. I'm just going to copy it over to my local machine using the wget command. Hold on. Did I not copy that properly? I guess I didn't. Copy link. Okay, so this is a PNG file. We've got it copied to our temp directory. Now we can upload it over here. Browse. Computer temp directory. PNG file. Open it up. Okay, so pick the color. I'm going to click on this. And this is 65,000. So hex 65,000. Let's just copy that. Maybe that's the answer. Let's go over to the challenge. 65,000 is wrong. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not really 65,000. It's hex 650000. Okay. The poor ghost has 6 bullet holes. Maybe it's trying to tell you something. Look closely at the shade of red. So it is what? Six bullet holes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the hex numbers, there is 1, 2, 3 hex digits. So what does this mean? So the ghost is here. There's nothing really. There's no. Look closely at the shade of red. I'd yeet it. I'd yeet it into a parasolve. A parasolve, maybe. I've had a pretty bad experiences with a parasolve. A parasolve. What is it? Is it .io or is it something else? .com. Parasolve.com. Drag and drop an element, an image here. So this is a website that attempts to do image analysis on different. Oh, the color of the blood. You know, there might be like a spectrogram thing. Yeah. Okay. So submit that thing. Okay, a parasolve. It's running a bunch of different tools on it. Either that or shift or a layer. Okay, we got the image data. Okay, they got we have the strings. What is this? Is this an ad? Oh, here we go. We've got different. So we're trying to pay attention to the bullet holes, right? We got red. Superimposed images here. We got red, green, blue. I mean, the challenge tells us that we need to pay attention to the bullet holes, but I'm not sure what the bullet holes could be telling us. I'd assume that there would be some sort of message inside the bullet holes. There's nothing in StegHide. There's something in ZSteg, but it doesn't look like. I wonder if there's a hint for this challenge. Okay, let's go back. So this is the first challenge where I feel like I want to get a hint. There are no hints. Solved 3 times. There's only been 3 people who have solved this. Solved by 11 people. Okay. Last solved 6 minutes ago. Man, what are we supposed to be paying attention to? Let's XTG open this thing. 350. Yeah, so can we... And we can zoom in. So 6 bullet holes. So I'm guessing, my guess would be that when we're viewing it through some sort of filter, then we would see a bunch of letters appear in here. Is there like some sort of spectranalysis? Okay. So we need to pay attention to the bullet holes. I don't see anything here. Oh, is there something inside of this? Huh. Let's try bin walking it. Yeah, it's kind of a long shot. It's probably not an embedded file. One or more files failed to extract, either no utility was found or it's unimplemented. It's probably the method of solving this stuff for these challenges is probably it doesn't feel like it's anything you need specialized tools for. So we're back to this, huh? GradXT solved it. Wow, GradXT, geez. Can you give us a hint? Does it have to do with spectranalysis, or is it something that we're completely off base about? Cypherenigma says those are usually artifacts from the compression. Use GIMP or Photoshop to take a look at each dot hex color. Each dot hex color. Oh, are they different? They're different, are they? I thought they'd be the same. That's my bad. Okay, so this is 67, 65, 66, 61, 68, and 72. Okay, let's record this. So the first one's 67. 67, and then 65. And then 66. And then 6168. 6168. 6168. And the last one is like 72, I think. Let's check. Last one is 72. So my guess is that this would be the answer. Submit this. This is wrong. Okay. If you know what the hex ranges are and useful in the context of text, you will realize something. So that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that these might be ASCII encoded. So ASCII encoded characters. So if we go over to hex to ASCII, and then paste in your hexadecimal, we'll separate these with some spaces, and then convert, then we get this. Gefahr. I wonder if this is an actual word in German. Gefahr means danger. Great, great. Okay, cool. Let's try submitting this. Okay, how do you feel about this challenge? It was, I think it was fun. Okay, so there's day 3, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and day 5. There's only one more day. There's day 6, so that's probably going to be out tomorrow. So I guess we're done with these. Let me write up my review. Where are we? Okay, so category I guess we call this just a general category, right? We could also call it like, yeah, we'd probably call it general category if we're in here. So color to hex code. Color to hex codes and hex codes to ASCII characters. Method of solve. The shade of red is slightly different on each one of the bullet holes on the ghost image. Zero Saber asks, what's happening? We're just finishing up solving some Halloween CTF challenges over at Hack the Web. So if you you can access it from this website over here, and you can use these credentials, demo and HW123. Or rather like this. Yeah. Okay, and what else about this? So the shade of red is slightly different in each one of the bullet holes on the ghost image. If we inspect the colors in a hex editor, what would you call these kind of... Hold on. In a color picker application, I guess that's what you can call it. Color picker application. We see that there are these hex codes associated with the 6 bullet hole colors. Okay, and we can, what was it? These ones. Okay. Who created this? This is awesome. Yeah, this was created by a guy. Well, I mean, if you just go to this website over here, this is this person's personal website. I think it's a pretty cool place. This person's really interested in cybersecurity and very interested in mathematics. And there's all sorts of great little challenges. Okay, so if we assume that these hex codes are actually ASCII characters, then we can get the answer. Okay. Grout XT says, heading off to watch Jeopardy with the family. Have fun solving with you guys. No worries, no worries. And thank you very much for helping us out with the challenges, Grout XT. Yeah, couldn't have done it without you. You have unsaved challenges. He's German. Zero Saber, are you also German? Are you a Deutschlander? Okay, so we have the challenges over here, and okay, I think we can switch over to the next topic, because, well, it is that time. Let's go ahead and put ourselves at 60 minutes. Well, actually, we'll do 90 minutes on the clock. We'll see where we are after 90 minutes. And what are we doing? We're going to be doing challenges from the OLIcyber website. So the OLIcyber website, let's bring it up. From Colombia. Oh, okay, okay. No worries. Okay, so the OLIcyber website. Let me close out some of these tabs. Too many tabs open. Kind of irritating. Okay, so we're dealing with OLIcyber, training.olicyber.it. So this is a really good website for learning about different cybersecurity stuff. What about you? I'm Canadian. So I'm in Canada, and we're doing Halloween over here. Well, the actual Halloween is going to be on Friday, but yeah, we're just celebrating Halloween, all the spooky, scary stuff, and all the candy, all that good stuff. But if you want to solve some good cybersecurity challenges, please sign up for this website. I know that you need to translate it from Italian, but it's not very difficult these days. There are all sorts of web apps and stuff that help you translate from one language to another. Okay, so we're just going to do some challenges today, and let's try storming the web app challenges, the web security challenges from, what is it called? The Olympiad of Cybersecurity, Olympiad Italienne de Cybersecurity. We've solved quite a few of these already, but we'll just try solving the ones that we haven't done. So we'll start with this one. W, happy Halloween from the UK. Happy Halloween, Prol. Nice to see you here. And I hope it's not too late. It is rather late over there. Okay, so the great thing about the website is that if you're using Firefox, you can just click on this button over here in the corner. You can select Translate Page from Italian to English and click on Translate. And then everything will be translated. Is it cool? It's very cool. It's a very cool website. Okay, so we're going to be doing this challenge first, no robots here, and this, well, if you know, you know about the robots. And let me go ahead and do my walkthrough for this. So every time we do a challenge, we need to document it, because if you don't document it, then it didn't really happen. So these are web app challenges, and I'm just going to call this challenge No Robots Here. Okay, so we need to record a few things while we're solving the challenge. The URL of the challenge, the concept we need to finish the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Only 1 a.m. right now. Rookie numbers, happy to hear. Hey, no worries, bro. Okay, so the concept we're dealing with in this challenge is we're dealing with robots.txt. So robots.txt is the concept, and let's talk a little bit about this. So let's go over to the challenge itself. Here. Okay. So the website that we're going to be using to solve, well, the website that we need to investigate is over here. And you can check this out yourself. Okay, so we've got, well, some Italian stuff. We can translate this, of course. Translate page. We don't support this. Change. Well, okay. We can just copy this and then translate it from Google Translate, because we're going from Italian. Will you be able to find me? Okay, well, this is the message on the website here. So what we're dealing with in this case is we're dealing with a concept called robots.txt. The robots, remember the PicoCTF challenge, Where Are the Robots, or something like that? I'm almost certain that it's exactly the same. So on any website, so say we go to google.com, we can access a file called robots.txt. So this file isn't present on all websites, but on certain websites, there's a file called robots.txt that lets search engine robots know which parts of the website it can and cannot document. So for example, it says over here, user agent Yandex. Well, user agent is basically what kind of browsers can access the pages. So disallow means don't search here, don't document this, and allow means do document these places. So for example, we've got some directories here, we've got some web pages here that we're not supposed to document, and this is google.com. So in this case, we just need to go to this website, and we just need to tack on to the end /robots.txt. Okay, and it shows us here that there is a disallowed web page called this. So this isn't something we would be able to find normally because it's a bunch of jumbled letters and numbers, but we can investigate this because it's in the robots.txt file. So what this is supposed to teach us is that the robots.txt file can point the bad guys at potentially sensitive parts of the website. So just replace robots.txt / with this thing, and then navigate it to it. And it says here, guess you found the robots. And we got good old Elliot from Mr. Robot here. Mr. Robot, great. Anyways, let's go ahead and copy that flag and submit it to the challenge. Actually, before we submit the flag to the challenge, we'll finish our write-up. Okay, method of solve. So go to the web page, navigate to the /robots.txt endpoint, grab the other endpoint web page from that file, go to that web page. You got the flag. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish that write-up. This is done. Submit this. This is the correct flag. Great. Let's move on to the next challenge. So no robots here. Done. The next thing we can do is we can do the headache challenge over here. So I will get the link for everybody to try out. Mr. Robot, what a beautiful series. Yeah, I mean, I liked Mr. Robot a lot. I appreciated it a lot more after I learned about, well, a little bit about cybersecurity stuff. The first time I watched it was before I started studying cybersecurity. It was a lot less interesting then. Okay, so this is the headache challenge. Let's start our write-up. You're doing all the easy CTFs. I mean, we're just getting these. We're just working through the list, and if there's some new concepts that people don't know about, then I'm happy to educate people about it. Okay, so this challenge is called Headache. Whoops, that's not the URL of the challenge. The concept of the challenge, I think I know the concept of this challenge as well. The method of solve. So these are the stuff inside of these challenges are things that we should all understand as web app security testers. Where is it? It's here. Okay. So the concept in this case is different HTTP methods. In particular, we're talking about the head method. Yeah, the head HTTP method. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at that website. Okay, it says headache. La flag a key. Well, I mean, I'm not going to pretend I speak Italian. I don't. I can just translate this. The flag is here, but not right here. So we're talking about different HTTP methods in this case, and so the thing is that we're not going to be able to get the flag by using a web browser, because the web browser is not able to do. It's not able to do head requests. Well, I mean, we can't manually do head requests inside of here. Henry says, one of my university professors recommended that series to me. Yeah, I mean, it's a good series. We don't need this ghost anymore. Let's get rid of the ghost. Curl, yeah. So we can use the curl command over here. So curl command, make it verbose, send it to this website. So this will get us just the text representation of the website. In this case, it says the flag is not here, but not here. By default, the web browser is going to use a GET request, and the GET HTTP method is used to retrieve web page contents, but there's a bunch of other HTTP methods that we can use. So stuff like POST and stuff like GET, and they do different things when you access them. When you access a web page using different requests. So in this case, we can curl, but specify a different method. And in this case, we're going to specify the head method. And that's going to send a head request to the server. And we get a flag. So the head request, by default, it only gets the header content. And in this case, this is the header content right here. So header content is the response headers. So the content type, flag, date, well, this stuff. Curl is really underrated. Most people don't even know it exists. The thing is that most people don't understand why you would want to use curl. The fact that it runs inside of the terminal and it doesn't show you, like, you know, it doesn't show you a nice, pretty web page. It means that most people, I mean, they're not going to care about it, but we're security testers. And security testers need all of their different tools to do security testing. So curl's a really good one. Of course, curl doesn't do everything. No one tool does everything. That's the unfortunate thing. All right, so sorry, what was that flag? This is the flag. Okay, let me go back to the challenge. Challenge, paste it in. Okay, and let's talk about how we solve the challenge. So the web page doesn't give us the flag if we access it using the get HTTP method. If we send a head method request, then the flag is included in the response headers. Okay, and we can include our curl request that we use to get the flag, just like this. Not super complicated. Commit those changes, done. Okay, and we'll solve the challenge, submit the flag. Okay, what's next? So the next one is just a reminder. And I'll provide the link to the website. There you go. All right, let's start our write-up. Just a reminder. .md. So for each one of the challenges, we're going to record some stuff. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get the URL of the challenge so that we can come back to this later. Concept. I'm not exactly sure what the concept is yet. Okay, so I found a login form on an unnamed site, but I have no idea what the credentials are. Would you try to get in for me? I found a login form on an unnamed site. I have no idea what the credentials are. Would you try to get in for me? All right, let's take a look at what this website is. Okay, can we translate this website? Let's give it a try. Italian to English, yes. Okay, come in now, log in and in. Forgot your password, we don't care. What? Forgot your password, we don't care. If we click on this, it doesn't give you anything. Great. Yep, well, can we do admin? Or admin password? Incorrect, try harder. Okay. So we're taking a look at the HTTP source for the web page here. So the only thing that we have reference to here is default.js. So this might be the code that's running the web page. SQL injection. I mean, that's probable. That's probably it. But CFG, hello, nice to see you here. Actually, wait. It's not SQL injection. It's server-side shenanigans. So var secret equals this thing. Login function check. If admin, if username field equals admin and AES decrypt this thing, secret equals password field value correct login. We don't care, judge. Of course. All right, so we just need to figure out what password we need to provide to this. So AES decrypt this thing and secret. So secret is equal to this. Is this a salt? Is this a password salt? So it's AES decrypt this and secret. So we've got a string and we've got a key. So we got the key secret, it's equal to this string over here. Let's see if we can just run some JavaScript. JavaScript. Okay, so we got some JavaScript. We want to play around with that. So AES decrypt is not defined. Huh. So this is not, it's not a regular function. Let's take a look. Okay, so it runs the AES decrypt function, but I don't see the AES decrypt function. Is it in here? Function AES decrypt. Okay. So we're just going to grab the function here so that we can include it in the code. And paste in our code. AES decrypt message equals something, and then key. Okay. So we'll do. So the other variable that we need to get and define before we can run this code is here, up at the top. So var secret equals this thing. Just going to copy that, then go over to our coding window. Function AES decrypt. Well, I'm hoping that we don't have to import anything else into the code. So I think all we need to do is just console log something. Console.log this thing. Okay, let's comment this out. And let's see what happens if we run this. Crypto.js is not defined. Crypto.js is not defined, so this isn't going to run. This is going to run because Zero Saver says I got the flag. No worries. Okay, so wait, can we just run this? We might be able to run this inside of... we may be able to just run this inside of the web browser, because we got a console here. Console. So just copy this and then paste it into the browser. Where is it? Here. Very elite password. So apparently this is the password. Can we copy this? We can. Okay. All right. So username is admin and password is this, and then we log in and then we're done. Here's your flag. Got it. Okay. So there was a little bit of reverse engineering. It helps if you know your JavaScript. Let's submit this to the challenge. Okay. Before we do that, let's do our write-up over here. Concept. This is some reverse engineering. Okay, so method of solve. Notes time. Yeah. So when we inspect the HTTP source for the login page, there's reference to a, what is that called? default.js. Default.js page. There is the code which defines the correct username and password on this page. I'll just post the snippet of the relevant stuff. So I guess we can just grab all this. Copy this. So let's see. Elias says, I was wondering if can one self-learn cybersecurity? If so, what resources do you recommend? Great job with the challenge. Yeah, no worries. So Elias, what kind of background are you coming from? Are you coming from a tech background, or are you coming from like a zero technology background? Like either way is fine. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube. And let me go ahead and put on some birds. So these are my birds. I just need to take a little water break right now. I'll do like 60 seconds, and then we'll come back and answer your question. Okay, let's come back. So Elias was asking, how do you get into cybersecurity? What resources do you recommend? So let's see. Elias says that used to do web development, Discord bots, some C, C++, and use daily Linux on a daily basis. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you've got a pretty good background for doing web app security. And if you wanted to do web app security, let me get you a list of links. So let me grab that. We got a bunch of links on the HackerFrogs website here for over at GitHub. So we got some education resources, and we got stuff for web app hacking over here. So go ahead and check out the links over here. No worries, Henry. No worries. Yeah, if you're entertained by the live stream while you're having your dinner, I'm happy to be entertaining. Okay, so you can probably skip out introduction to web applications, but if you want to learn about web app hacking, the best way to do it is over at Portswigger Academy, and doing challenges like Over the Wire Natus, and doing the PicoCTF Web App Challenges. They're really good. Portswigger Academy is probably my top pick if you want to learn about web app hacking. Okay, let's switch over to another soundtrack. What else do we have? Ooh, we got Mass Effect. Okay. Let's get back to it. Zero Saber says, "What are all the certifications you have?" I only I only have one certification, as far as cybersecurity is concerned. I think I'm not really in a position where certifications help me all that much because I do teaching on Twitch and YouTube, and certifications don't help me get that job. I'm already doing it. But if you're wondering what certification I do have, I've got the EJPT that I got a really long time ago. And this is a certification from, it used to be called eLearn Security. It's a very basic network pen testing certification. But I've also done the training for OSCP, and I did the exam for OSCP. I didn't get the OSCP, but there are a lot of people who failed the OSCP many times. But it's kind of an expensive certification to get. Decryptor asks, Shaihan, I'm looking to get into cybersecurity. What do you recommend this industry at the moment? And if so, what certifications do I start with? Decryptor, I think I've seen you around here before, but what kind of specialization are you looking to get into in cybersecurity? Because the type of certifications you get, the type of training you get, it really depends. Depends on which kind of job you want to get in cybersecurity, because the training is going to be different for each different role. Okay, so we can run this command in the web browser console. Pen testing. Oh, okay. So, I mean, I'd say that if you want to get into pen testing, the best way to get into it is to do web app pen testing. So, some people are really like network pen testing, like pen testing like servers, or like a big range of servers on somebody else's computer network. But web app pen testing is probably a lot easier to find work in, because a lot more people are testing web applications and looking to get pen tests for web apps than they are for network pen tests. If that's the case, then Paul asks, what's your opinion on code boot camps like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, etc., and how much do they offer in terms of employability from what you've heard or experienced? Are you not in Active Directory? Let's see. Zero Saber, I started with pencil testing, Ken PDX, thank you. Zero Saber, are you not in Active Directory? I mean, I have done like testing against Active Directory exercises or Active Directory environments inside of like CTF exercises. I used to do web app pen testing, and I never got a chance to do network pen testing while I was in that job. But from what I hear, from what I hear, Active Directory pen testing, it can be difficult to get access from the outside, but if they give you like a basic, what is it called? If they give you basic domain user credentials as part of your test, then it's usually not very difficult to get yourself full access over the network. Decryptor says, thanks for the advice. I ask as all the trends now are that AI is going to make a lot of these jobs obsolete. I think if AI makes pen testing jobs obsolete, it's not going to be happening for a few years at least. So, and if ever, there's always going to be a demand for people who know how security works, because you can't have 0 people know about security and just have the AI take care of all the security. That's a really bad idea. As far as certifications are concerned, the one biggest certification I would say that you need to get if you want to become a web app security tester is the Burp Suite Certified Practitioner. I think that's what it's called. Burp Suite Certified Practitioner. This certification right here. It basically it means that you're able to do all of the attacks, and you understand about all of the vulnerabilities that are part of the Burp Suite labs as part of their practitioner level. So if you have this certification, you are more than qualified to do web app security testing. Okay, so what was I doing? I was doing my write-up. Okay. So we can run this command in the web browser console. And what's that command? Where was that? Here. Here? Here. Okay. Done. Commit changes. We're finished. Prol, hello. Nice to see you here. On the pain of being overlooked. Prol, what was your previous message? What's your opinion on code bootcamps like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me? Code bootcamps like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me. I wouldn't sign up for code bootcamps like from stuff from Hack the Box or Try Hack Me, especially if they're like in the range of like thousands of dollars. If you're doing a code bootcamp that guarantees you a job and it's like $3,000 or $4,000, I would skip those. You can teach yourself. You can use those platforms, of course, but if you got the if you have the discipline to look up the type of skills you need to get those kind of jobs, you don't need somebody to hold your hand and tell you to learn A, then B, then C. Because, well, I mean, most of the time, people who do security are they're self-starting people who figure out how to get the job done. And I don't want to, from my experience, you can teach yourself most of this stuff. I'm completely self-taught. Of course, there's some gaps in my in my knowledge. I try to plug those up as best I can. But for the most part, hackers teach themselves, and hackers have the motivation to find out what needs to get done. Decryptor says, I enjoy Try Hack Me for the basics and for the gamification of focusing. I think after the basics, using YouTube is the best way forward. I mean, use the platforms as best you can. There's Try Hack Me, there's Hack the Box, there's platforms like this one over here. What is it called? OLIcyber. There's PicoCTF. Use all of those platforms. They all have different strengths, and they all have different material. Okay, so submit the flag. Where's your LinkedIn? You can you can ask for my LinkedIn privately. So we've got a Discord, and we have a Discord. Look at government grants. Start a startup. I guess you could. So we got Discord. We got Reddit. If you want to ask me for my Discord over there, you can. I don't give it away publicly. Okay, so the next challenge is empty site, Rickroller, Confuse Me, The Magic Goss, Time is Key, Curious George. Some of these get quite difficult. We'll just keep on rolling through all these easy ones first. Eventually we'll get to the hard ones. Okay, so this is called Empty Site. There's the link if you want it. Empty site. Okay, so we've got the URL, we've got the, well, we don't know what the concept is. The method of solving the challenge, we don't know that yet either. Okay, let's take a look at the website. This site is empty. Where will the flag be? Okay, let's take a look. This means empty, I'm guessing. Let's go ahead and translate this. Decryptor asks, have you ever done bug bounties? So bug bounties take a lot of time, so I don't have that time to devote to bug bounty, unfortunately. It'd be nice if I had a bunch of free time to devote to bug bounties. Pearl says, cheers, Try Hack Me has been fun so far in learning, but it's definitely leave me a lot of questions and a thirst for more of an understanding. I'll bookmark the links from here 100%. Yeah, well, I mean, Pearl, what kind of cybersecurity work do you want to do? Because, like, you know, it's going to be, the stuff that I recommend is going to be different from, what? Why are you giving me a partial flag? So this is one of those challenges where you need to hunt down different parts of the flag. So there's probably going to be something in the CSS file here, there's probably going to be something in the JS file here. Okay, so, yeah. So this is the second part of the flag here. Let me just copy this. So this is the second part of the flag. Let me grab the first part of the flag. This is basically doing some treasure hunting. Okay, so the first part of the flag is on the landing page. Just copy that. So we're just going to piece together the flag inside of the flag submission field here. I'm guessing there's one more. That's going to be in the JavaScript. ZeroCyber asks, did you ever do a bug bounty? No, I've never done a bug bounty. I think that people who do bug bounty, they're very talented. The problem is that you can go for weeks and months looking for bug bounty bugs and not find anything. And in that case, you're not earning any money in that month. So you need to be very, very good at your job to do bug bounty. Okay. All right, so we got the entire flag. So the whole premise of this particular challenge was to just go hunting around in the source code for different links to different files. Decryptor says, I've heard that the bug bounties, some companies can dispute your findings and then patch over it. It's not always probable, unfortunately. Let's see. Prohl says, I've mainly been learning for the love of the game since switching over from Windows to Linux made me fall in love with computers again, so I'm undecided on how exactly into networking right now. Yeah, I mean, if you're interested in in doing pen testing, like, you know, testing network machines, I think, I mean, I always say that learning how to do web app hacking is a good base, because if you learn how to do web app hacking, you could probably find a job as a web app tester. It's something that a lot of people are looking for these days. But more than just web app hacking, like if you learn how to do cloud pen testing or like cloud security testing, like AWS and Azure, that is the ticket. Everybody wants to find people to do that kind of testing because everybody's moving their stuff over to the cloud. Okay, so let's submit this. That's done. Let's do our quick write-up. This one's pretty simple. Concept is treasure hunting. Treasure hunting in different web page sources. Okay. So Zero Saber says, for web app hacking, how much programming do you think is required? I think the people who can do web app hacking the best, they're able to understand at least the basics of the programming languages that are used for web apps. So, I mean, if we're talking about web applications, web app programming languages, you know, it's usually something like HTML. Well, the big three are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So HTML and CSS, you don't need to know a lot about those, but JavaScript is the programming language of the web, basically. PHP is useful. I mean, the interesting thing is that they really like to drill into you when you're learning about web app hacking, just how many ways the PHP language can be insecure. But yeah, it mostly JS. Learn how to. You need to learn how like web pages work, how login pages work. For web app stuff, you also need to learn about what is it called? What is it called? SQL language. So SQL language is the database language that is used to store all of your data for your users inside of web applications. So learning about SQL will make it a lot easier for you to learn about SQL injection attacks. And I mean, you also need to know a good, like, you know, at least the basics of how to use Linux, because Linux machines are the majority of the servers that host web applications. It's very rare to see your web apps being hosted on Windows machines or Mac machines for that matter. But most of the time they're going to be hosted on a Linux machine. Decryptor asks, is PHP outdated with a lot of newer languages? Well, I mean, the thing is that PHP shows up, it's going to show up in older applications, and it's not guaranteed that the stuff you're going to be testing is going to be all, like, really new stuff. Inherently, PHP isn't necessarily vulnerable, but there's a lot of ways you can code PHP in a very insecure way. But anyways, if you want to be good, you can start learning about web app hacking without knowing very much about these languages. But as you go on, you'll be learning more and more about these to become better at web app hacking. Okay, let's continue. So method of solve. Look at the landing page, the CSS page, and the JS page, and collect pieces of the flag from each one. Done. All right, what's the next challenge? Okay, the next one is called Rickroller. And there's a pretty steep drop off from the number of people who are solving these challenges. Huh. Okay, let's get rickrolled. Thank you very much for following, Crazy Coasty. Okay, so this is the challenge. Hold on, let's if you want to do this yourself, here's the website we're looking at. Let me start my write-up because we need to record each one of these. So here's the thing, if you solve a bunch of challenges, but you don't document what you do, and then later you come across the same challenge, the same kind of challenge, and you're not able to look back at your notes because you didn't document it, then the previous challenge that you did, it doesn't help you at all. So this is why you need to document everything. So let's see, the concept, we don't know. The method to solve, we also don't know. Okay. What is this challenge called? Rickroller. Okay, let's try to solve that challenge. Okay, so pronto a pretendere alla flag. This is probably going to lead to Rickroll. This goes to getflag.php, huh? Interesting. Let's translate this from Italian. Ready to take the flag? Press the button. This is going to Rickroll me. I just know it. This redirects us to YouTube. Okay, yeah. So this goes to getflag.php. So getflag.php is probably like a redirect. And, well, let me copy that link. So this is the endpoint that it points to. And this is probably like, I don't know, index.php. Yeah, it's because this is a PHP application. Alright, so what's going on in the code? So getflag.php. So the thing we need to understand about these kind of challenges is that anytime you see components that are not part of the web app website, like, you know, these lead to like an outside website, we can safely ignore these most of the time. Jokes, are we? Wait, am I joking? I'm not. I don't think I'm joking. Okay, so getflag.php. Let's. Can we get the source for this? That'd be pretty funny. Huh. That's funny. This just redirects to the get source for the YouTube page. So this is obviously not what we're looking for. Let's just copy this. Copy that link. Okay, so from here we can just do some curl, and we can see where this goes to. Yeah, I mean, I guess the point of the challenge was just to have you investigate where the redirect goes to. So the redirect is over here is the 302, but you get the curl for the win again, of course. Let me copy this. So the flag is in here, but if you actually follow this, this will redirect you over to the Rickroll page. Okay, where are we? Let's just stash the flag in here for now. We'll submit it in just a bit. Lots of the flags I've gotten in some challenges are easier than people think. Usually overcomplicates it. I mean, the thing is that if you want to get good at these kind of web app CTF challenges, you just have to do a lot of the web app CTF challenges, and then you'll notice patterns, and you'll notice that you're gonna see the same sort of problems over and over again. And this is why I'm able to, if I'm able to identify something quickly, it's because I've seen it before. Okay, so the concept in this level is HTTP redirects. And the method of solve. So the landing page has a button that is supposed to give you the flag. Seeing things before remembering. I mean, this is training. I don't have any ingrained talent for web app security. It's the only thing I have is a lot of experience taking a look at these problems, and I see the same problems over and over again. So it's if you do the same thing for a long enough amount of time, you're gonna get better at it. That's the truth. Okay, so it's a button that's supposed to give you the flag. This button redirects you to the Rickroll YouTube video. Okay, so what you need to do is inspect the redirect request when you navigate to that page. Okay, and the curl command is here. I'm actually pretty surprised that so few people were able to solve this challenge, because it's not. I guess some people don't understand like HTTP redirects, and that's why there's such a big drop off in the number of people who are able to solve the challenge. Let's see. The path contains a malformed path component. Choose a different path and try again. Hold on. rickroller.md. Is there something weird in here? I don't think so. Oh. That's... yeah, hold on. Okay, let me correct. Okay. The path, yeah, the path is the path was wonky. I guess yeah. Every time the GitHub encounters a slash inside of the name, it considers that a different directory. Anyways, let's commit those changes, move on to the next challenge. Okay, so next challenge. Done. Okay, confuse me. I guess we're gonna get confused. Alright, here's the link if you want to check this out yourself. Maybe you can solve the challenge before I can look at the challenge. That would be very impressive. Okay, so let me get the link. Confuse me. Confuse me? Okay. URL of the challenge is this, the concept we don't know yet, and the method of solve, who knows. Okay. Let's take a look at the challenge and load up the page. You can try to confuse me, but I'm sorry, you're not the right guy for me. You're not the right guy for me. That's I wonder if that's a translation error. Anyways, let's take a look at this. Confuse me, right? What does this mean? Source available here. Is there source code? Okay, so here's some PHP code. If is set get s, highlight file, index.php, exit. If is set get s. What does highlight file do? So highlight file, this is a PHP function apparently. Flag equals get environment flag. let's see. If is set get input, user input equals get input. Then we got substring MD5. Well, you know what? I think we're just going to go in here and we're just going to kind of wing it. So what happens if we put in test? So input equals test. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, so input is provided as a URL parameter for the application. So input is the URL parameter that we're dealing with over here in PHP. And how do we get the flag? If user input equals substring MD5 user input 024. Okay. So we're running MD5 of user input 024. So this is going to turn whatever we put in as user input into MD5 hash. And the substring function, I'm not sure. What is the substring function in PHP? I'm going to have to look that up. PHP substring function. Okay, so hold on. The substring function in PHP extracts a portion of a string. Okay? It's a slice between two parts of a string. Okay, well, I mean, what does it do by itself? So parameters string required, offset, the position for extraction. If the offset is positive, the extraction starts from the zero, from that position, 0 indexed. If offset is negative, wait, let's go back to the code. So it runs substring with 024. Okay, it's roughly saying that it will use the first 24 characters. So the first 24 characters... What are we checking for here? If user input equals... If user input equals substring... It's looking for if the user input is the MD5 hash. No, okay. I think this is type juggling. So PHP, yeah, right. This is it. So we're taking a look at loose comparisons here. It's type converting. It's type juggling. So we're doing MD5 hashing. So because we're doing MD5 hashing, there are certain MD5 hashes that will what is the word? That will compare true to everything. And we were talking about this a little while ago. It was called what was it? PHP magic hashes. So PHP magic hashes are a very special phenomenon inside of PHP code. I have no idea. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so if we're looking at... We're looking for this. We're looking for the hash value here. So the hash value here is going to... Yeah. It's either going to be the hash value or it's going to be the actual value here, but these both are going to equate true against everything else. It's that's the PHP vulnerability to assigned. Let's give it a try. So confuse, submit this. Nope, that's not it. Maybe it wants this. That 8-bit boy, hello, nice to see you here. Hash collision, is it hash collision? How are you doing? I'm doing okay. We're just solving some web challenges over here. I have the flag. It's a well-known thing. I have the flag, it's a well-known thing. Okay. So I guess what we could also do is we can do input as a, what is it? As an array. Let's see. MD5 expects parameter 1 to be a string array given in. Okay, so this is not it. The other thing we could do is we could make this thing an array. Okay, that's not it. That comparison is vulnerable. The comparison is vulnerable, yeah. I just need to figure out what the what we're looking for here. So substring is going to get the first 24 characters. First 24 characters, we do an MD5 hash on user input. So substring is compared. So substring, well, okay, so the user input is compared against this thing here. User input, it can be an integer. It could be. I guess we're not necessarily dealing with magic hashes in this case. I'm pretty sure we're still dealing with type juggling. So what else is happening in the application? So I mean, this is all. Hanky Lodwick says the substring will return boolean. Boolean? Substring will return boolean, so you can see the input. You can set the input as boolean. You can set the input as boolean. Wait. Substring returns boolean? So whatever user input is, it's going to be hashed into MD5. That, it would be easy to check if it's a magic hash at MD5 if it's the answer. So, Henky, are you trying to say that we need to do input equals true? Because, I mean, you're talking about Boolean, right? MD5 expects parameter 1 to be a string array given. Okay. I think the PHP needs to equal the other assign. One assign is set 2 to compare 3 is identical comparison. Is this from Pico? No, this isn't from Pico. This is from OLIcyber. Okay, so I mean, let's get a hint. You want to unlock the hint? Sure, let's unlock the hint. The vulnerability is that one character is missing from the index.php file. I wonder what. What? One character is missing from the index.php file? Oh, what are we talking about? Okay, so this is index.php, right? Are we talking about the S here? The equalist symbol? The equalist symbol, are you talking about... Oh, you're talking about the triple equal sign versus the double equal sign. Yes, it's the equal sign. It's just saying what you already know. Okay. What is the second hint then? Maybe two alike are not enough in PHP. Two alike are not enough in PHP. This is an equal sign and the condition is missing. Okay, so Henke said something about one assign is set 2 to compare 3 is identical comparison. Oh, yeah, okay. So we're talking about loose comparison again. Ah, man. I should know this. I should be able to figure this out because I've been doing so much stuff on loose comparison lately. Okay, let's stare at the code some more. That'll always do the trick. So there's got to be something about the substring here. Actually, maybe if I just grab this and I plug this into some sort of PHP interpreter, I might be able to understand better what's going on. Let's see. Henry says it's an equal sign, and the condition is missing. So if both sides of were 0 or similar, both sides are 0 or similar. Are we still talking about magic hashes then? I am for what it's worth. Okay, well. So if we just plug in this, this is all no. So it's definitely expecting a string. You don't see it starting with the 0 though. 0. I mean, if we've got starts with the 0. Try false. Try false. It does compare. It compares and changes the type. The equal sign is missing is talking about logical operators. Try false. Not false. Not false? Okay. So we've tried this. We've tried supplying like a magic hash. Henke suggests not false. Not false equals true. I mean, putting in true doesn't necessarily change the result either. I kind of want to see. Let me grab this stuff over here. We'll just plug it into PHP. The hash has to evaluate to effectively 0 after the type change has been performed. Okay, well, I just want to do a little bit of experimentation here. So let's see. Let's change this. So we'll set user input to something. So user input is, I don't know, test. So we'll try echoing this out. So echo out user input equal substring MD5 this thing, and see what this comes up with. Oh, this should have one of these semicolons at the bottom here. Okay, execute code. Nothing appears. Am I doing my PHP wrong? So echo user input. I mean, should we do this as an if statement instead? If user input something something echo this is equal. I'll try running the code. Nothing comes out. Am I not supposed to be using echo? Am I using the wrong function? Oh, echo isn't used like this. This is the wrong syntax for echo. Okay, let me go back in. Okay, now let's run it. Nothing happens still. What's wrong with my code? I guess it's not equal, so that's why it doesn't. Okay, so it's what else? Test is the wrong answer. Yeah, test is the wrong answer in this case. We need an else statement. Let's see, PHP. I do not know how to code in PHP. PHP if else statement. So what does it look like? So if statement else, if else. Okay, let's copy that to look it up each time. Else echo not equal. Okay, and need to put a semicolon here, run it. Not equal, so this is not equal. So we need to, I mean, we can also echo out what this actually equates to. So user input echo function result is something something. Come on. Substring MD5 user input zero 24. So this is like this. You need to move that outside the condition onto the other side. Oh, that's true. Okay. Yeah, we should move it into here. Okay, let's get rid of this. Well, I mean, we can keep it on this side as well. Run it. Oh, unclosed line 4 does not match. Line 4. Did I put an extra this here? I removed the closing one. Oh, did I? This matches up with this matches with this. This matches up with this. This stuff all matches, right? This one here. This one matches up with that. Oh, this doesn't match with anything. Okay. And I guess the same thing over here, right? This doesn't match with anything. Yeah, let's try this again. Fatal error. Unsupported operand types. String plus string in home. So this is line 9. Are we not allowed to echo this out? Function result is... We can't combine these things together, right? William Riker, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so unsupported operand types, string and string. In the PHP, your PHP code is bad, you need to use dot to concat. Oh, sorry. Use a dot to concat in PHP? I thought it was, I was using my Python stuff. Not equal, function result is this. Okay, so this is I mean, this is a... Yeah, this is a hash. So this, if this is a hash, let's try 0. Okay, so it takes whatever it is. So if we do, if we're just doing 0, we can see echo 0, MD5 hash it, and we get this, what we're looking at over here, right? So what we want to do is we want to... PHP syntax is odd. It's kind of odd. Hello, Jar Sauce Binks. Nice to see you here. Could that hash result be confused as another type? No, it couldn't. Well, I mean, we are using like loose comparisons, so this is ripe for type juggling. So what happens if we give it one of the magic hashes? So the magic hashes are stuff like this, and let's see what happens if we put this in. Okay, run the code. It doesn't want to go. Okay, and what answer would look like another type? Hold on, let me save this code because I might need to reset the page. Okay, execute the code. Not equal the function, the result function is, the function result is this. So we need to find a user input that starts with 0E. Is there a is there one of these magic strings that starts with 0E? Okay, and that would look like a win. Wait, what are we looking at? Because, or whatever else is pretty much 0. Exactly. Hold on. Okay, so 0 Bob, you give us a value. Let me check this. So I mean, the thing about the magic hashes is that the magic hashes both have to be 0E. So they have to start with 0E, and then the rest of the value has to be numbers. So how can we set this up? I mean, these are all numbers, but they have to, I don't know. I think... this here might be it. This here, it's the plain text value starts with 0e and is a bunch of numbers, and the MD5 hash is also 0e and a bunch of numbers. Okay, let me. What is that number? What's at the bottom of the list for the MD5 magic hashes here? Okay, so let's try this out. So we just want to make sure. Yeah, this qualifies. So let's plug it into, you know, our PHP code here. Okay, and then play it. This is equal. Okay, well, I mean, in that case, we just need to feed this to the application and then we get the flag. Feed me. Yep, we got the flag. Jeez. Yeah, that was well, I learned something new about PHP magic hashes. That was a good challenge. That was a good challenge. Okay, that's OMG PHP comparison really sucks. I mean, is it not true? Is it not true? Anyways, let's complete our write-up. So the concept in this case is PHP magic hashes, PHP loose type comparison, or loose comparisons, loose comparison operators, and PHP type juggling. Thanks, guys. Thanks. I mean, everybody contributed. You really got me thinking about some different stuff. I've never seen. So I've seen PHP type juggling stuff. I've seen magic hashes. Nothing exactly like this. So it's a good learning experience for me. Okay, so the app code looks like this. And we'll just include the code. Okay, so Neems, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. So the code is doing a loose comparison between the user input value and the MD5 hash of the user input value. Let's see. After six minutes. 6 minutes. What's happening in 6 minutes? I get to evaluate after 6 minutes. So we might add more time to the timer after 6 minutes. Okay, so the code is doing a loose comparison between user value and MD5. So I'll just point out the code here. And due to loose comparison, this app is vulnerable to PHP type juggling and magic hashes. In order to have the comparison return true, you're right. I was confused. Anyways, now in order to have the comparison return true, we need a string value that also conforms to the 0e then numbers for the rest of the string, like other PHP magic strings. This value qualifies. So I'm actually very lucky that they included this value right here that works on both ends. But thank you very much to all the good chatters talking about the challenge. Really pointed me towards the answer. Where are we? Okay, and let's commit those changes. Done. I think we should be able to do a few more challenges. It's only 7:30. I might go for another hour or so. Maybe not an hour, maybe like 50 minutes. Let's see if we can complete all of the web app challenges. Kind of ambitious. Okay, submit that flag. It is good. Alright, so the magic... Oh man. We're doing an even tougher challenge. Actually, let's do C-style login. I have no idea what this could be, but maybe it has to do with C strings, or C formatted strings. Can you guess my password? Alright everybody, if you're good at using C... Hanky, I mean, no worries. We're people are right, people are wrong, and the only thing that's really important is that we learn from all of our experiences. Okay, so C-style login, let's do our write-up. C-style login.md. What is the URL? Here it is. Okay, the concept we don't know yet. The method of solve. Okay, let's take a look at this challenge. Can you guess my password? We got some source code. Yay! So C login challenge.OLIcyber. So all we need is a password. All we need is a password. We got some source code. We can do test to try to log in. Wrong password. Can we do SQL injection? Still the wrong password. Okay, so this particular challenge has a very low number of solves. Actually, no, it actually doesn't have that. It's got as many number of solves as the Confuse Me challenge. So this should be easier. Anyways, let's take a look at the source code. Oh, it's more PHP! What's going on? Include once secrets.php. So includes means that we can take a look at it. Let's take a look at secrets.php. Well, I mean, there's nothing here. We can't read the PHP code, of course. It's because it's server side. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. So source, get source. If it's at get source, return highlight file. If is set. Okay. Let me go ahead and put some more time on my timer. What time is it now? Let's do another 50. Let's do another 50 minutes. 50. Okay. So, string compare. String compare. If this was C, then string compare is a vulnerable function. Burp suite time, is it? Is it burp suite time? I'm not too sure. Okay, so password, post, password. If is set, post password, string compare. So string compare, I'm pretty sure that this is a vulnerable function. String compare compares two strings, and it's a Boolean function, right? So Boolean function, I'm assuming that 0 equals true and 1 equals false. If is set, get source highlight file equals file return. Get source, I mean source, you can't specify that source equals something else though, right? Source equals dot secrets.php. No, it only returns this stuff. Okay, and so there's got to be something vulnerable about the string compare PHP function. So PHP string compare function vulnerability. Okay, the string compare function in PHP becomes a security vulnerability when it is used with a loose comparison operator. That's exactly what's going on here. Okay, uninspected input is designed to compare two strings, but if it receives different data types, such as an array, it cannot perform the function. So string compare returns null and issues a warning. It's Boolean again, as you said. So if we go into, where is it? Where's the login page? So if we send test, then it says wrong password. But we might need to go into Burp Suite to get this done, because we need to modify the whatever data, the post data. Make it an array. We could also use curl. You know, we should challenge ourselves to use curl. We won't use Burp Suite yet. We'll try using curl. We're just gonna guess at the parameters we need to send. So curl. Ooh, I think it's xpost. Let's see, get verbose output. Data is what, like password? Password equals test. Yeah, the code does say what it's supposed to be. Let's take a look at the code again. Post password. So type password, name password, placeholder password. So I'm pretty sure we just need to send password as the key. It just tells us wrong password. Okay, so we can manipulate this. So uflag username password. Well, I mean, we don't need a username. There's no username. It's just password. So send it. So password array equals test. Let's make sure that this is in single quotes. Yeah, okay. That was the answer. I mean, it doesn't need to be null, it just, needs to be an array. So yeah, this is how you get the flag. It's you passed a yep, no problems. Okay, let's submit this. Well, let's put the flag in the hopper here. We'll submit it in just a bit. Control the array. The array. Fire the developer. 8-bit boy. Guys, don't post direct answer. I mean, it's fine because they posted the direct answer after I finished it. So it's not a spoiler if we've already finished the challenge. Okay, so I mean, this is the command we used here. Let's do our write-up and then we'll move on. The why password array. So in this case, we're doing a comparison between an array versus a string, and we're being told over here that this string compare function is designed to compare two strings, but if it receives a different data type, such as an array, it cannot perform the comparison. So sometimes, depending on how the app is coded, this might return true, or it might not return true. And what we need it to do is return, well, null is considered loosely equal to an integer 0, and 0 is what we want the comparison to be. So yeah, that's why this wacky circumstance works. So I mean, we do talk a lot about how PHP is a really weird programming language. I think PHP is PHP is really fun. It is a fun language because stuff like this can come up. Anyways, concepts. This is more what PHP type juggling. And in particular, we're talking about the PHP string compare function. Okay. It literally said compare the same thing twice. Compare the same thing twice. It's yeah. I mean the reason why the application is vulnerable, like in the other level, is because it's using these loose comparisons here. So if you change the code to a strict comparison, which is the triple equal signs, then the vulnerability disappears. So it's just that it's not using the correct code. Okay, method to solve. The app uses this code for the login function. Okay, let's get that code. So the great thing, let's see. I mean, this is unnecessary. We just need to pay attention to this. So this is the thing. If you want to do pen testing, if you're interested in doing web app pen testing or network pen testing, or any sort of security testing, you're going to do a lot of report writing. And report writing is basically this. It's doing little write-ups and explaining why the application doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. It doesn't, when you're doing your pen testing write-ups, they don't necessarily need to be this in depth. You just need to tell the people that the error is like this and how to recreate the attack. But when we do our write-ups for education here, we tend to be a little more in depth because we need to learn from the experience. Okay, so what are we doing? So the code uses loose comparison in its string compare function. Which is vulnerable to the type juggling. So in particular, we can use string compare. Bob says, that's a bad example. Null is being loosely compared to 0 and it is true, which is a different kind of true. So null is, I mean, I don't as a security tester, I care more about the hack first, and I care more about the hack first. I learn about the logic behind the vulnerability as a result when I do my research. The most important part is that this hacks the program, and then afterwards I learn why it actually works. But yeah, it's good to be educated. Okay, so in particular, we can use the string compare function with type juggling to compare a string against an array which results in null as the result, which results in null in PHP is loosely, what is the word? Null in PHP is loosely equal to 0, which is the true condition for the string comparison function. Akin to, thank you. So null in PHP is akin to 0, which is the true condition for the string comparison function. We can send an array as the password in this case to return the string comparison function true and login. And we'll include the curl command we used. Okay. So yeah, I learned something from doing this challenge, so I'm happy I did it. I think there are other challenges where you need to send arrays as the username and password to log in with PHP, but I haven't done those in a while. Anyways, let's do another challenge. Okay. All right, the Magic Goss, Snack Shenanigans, Curious George. The next most difficult one is Curious George. So this is the link. Okay, so let me grab the link for the challenge. We'll start the write-up now. What is it called? Curious George. Okay, let's start the challenge. So I'm told this new social network is full of new features. I find nothing interesting in the descriptions. What? Take a look at him, see if you can find something more interesting. I'll go eat me cookies. P.S. You will be asked for a complete proof of work. The operation takes about 1 minute. You can use the script that comes with the challenge. What? Oh, there's a script? Okay. There's a Python script that comes with this. If anybody's interested, here it is. Yeah. Okay, so let's download that script. What? I guess I can't wget the thing. I guess I have to just press the button to download it. Alright. Oh, I've got too many of these files. Let's get rid of some. star.zip, star.png, star.pdf, star.tar, and star.txt. That got rid of most of the stuff. Okay, so we still have our Python files here. This one was called pow.py, right? Oh, really? extra memes. Yeah, I mean, you know. If it works, it works. Let's see. Let's take a look at pow.py. What? Are we doing hash collisions? What the heck? Okay. Let's Oh, you know what? I missed a follow on Twitch an hour ago. Trader Trox, thank you very much for coming by, and thank you very much for following. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so this has something to do with hash collisions. It's not something I'm super familiar with, but let's take a look at what the web page looks like. This is another sign-in page. Take a look and see if you've signed something more interesting. I'll go eat cookies. The planet, yeah, it's a great emote. It's too Bob, thank you. Alright, so we got username and password. We don't have any... Oh, we got a sign-up page. That's funny. It's rare that you see a web app challenge with a sign-up page. So if you see the sign-up page, you gotta try it. So we got username, password, confirm password. So HackerFrog, frog, and frog. Okay, sign up. We should be signed up so we can... Oh, what do we got about? Minimum 2 characters, maximum 20 characters? Is this what you're talking about? Translate. Minimum length password 8 characters, maximum length 20 characters. Okay. Password length. Okay, so we're HackerFrog. Okay, now we're signed up. So, registration successful, log in. Okay, let's log in as HackerFrog. Okay, so what do we got? User ID HackerFrog, sure. Description, we don't know. We've got a bunch of things that should have links. Oh, there's a bug.php. Wow, this is a much bigger application than most of the other ones. It can be any combination of letters and numbers, huh? You talking about the username or the password? So this is edit profile. Oh, we can put something in the description here. I mean, can we put cross-site scripting? What was it again? Alert? It's vulnerable to cross-site scripting. Okay, well, that's fun. I don't think that the cross-site scripting is the point of the challenge. Let's take a look and see if we've got cookies. Okay, do we have cookies? Storage. We have a PHP session. PHP session ID. Okay. I mean, I don't know if we're supposed to do something with this. Let's just echo it out. Call it PHP cookie. Okay, so aside from that, I mean, it's a hard one. You gotta try IDOR, indirect object references. I mean, where's the, oh, we got ID 21. Yeah, we do have a URL parameter over here with something that we can iterate over. So we can try 0. ID 2. Okay, I need to edit my profile to not include the XSS because it's kind of annoying. Okay. So ID 3. ID 20. I think we're supposed to be 21. Oh, we're actually 211. What? Hey, you're not an admin? Hold on. Let me grab that. And let's translate that. Hey, you're not an admin. What are you trying to do? Oh, okay. So we need to be an admin to access that page. So the correct page is actually page ID equals 000. But since we're not an admin, we can't see the secret information here. Okay, so how do we get the admin cookie then? Are we supposed to feed? Are we supposed to feed this into the Python script? Okay, well, we can wait to see if this thing actually comes back. And in the meantime, we can keep on. The report a bug page seems interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is a much larger application than the other challenges. So report a bug. Let's take a look. Oh, bug here. All right, let's translate this page. Italian to English. Please enter your report. The admin will check it as soon as possible, verifying that all links work well. Bug here. To avoid stressing the admin with too many riches, solve this problem for me. Proof this. Wait. String and hash. This is a PHP page. And it's comparing hashes. So, I mean, is this magic hashes again? Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. I'll run them on YouTube. And everybody, watch my favorite. This is my favorite video of the birds. It's two baby birds having a little bath. It's great. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Alright, so what do we got here? So we got a string bug here. So enter the report, the admin will check it as soon as possible. So if the bra, stop biting my foot, bra. Yeah. Well, I mean, birds need to be taught not to be jerks, huh? Okay, so the admin will check it as soon as possible, verifying that all links work well. Can we trick the administrator into running, like, what is it? Into running like cookie stealing code? This one's, I mean, this is a tough challenge. I think I'm gonna get a hint. Okay, hint 1. It seems that the user description does not carry out any checks. Have you tried to write something interesting? Yeah, we know that there's cross-site scripting. So there's cross-site scripting in the user description. But if we can get the administrator to open up that page, we could steal cookies. I'm not sure. Okay, so if we can get, what was the code again? Which code? So I'm guessing that we need to go to the bug report here. POW? Oh, POW. Yeah. The Python code. It's talking to him. The Python code is about like cache collisions. I'll put this in a paste bin, just in case you want to take a look at it. How do we create the paste? Create new paste. I guess I'm not human. Reload the page. Paste it in again. Create new paste. Okay, so this should be the page over here. It's some Python code. It's trying to do some hash collisions or something. That's my guess. So we need to feed it in partial collision. To collide argument 1 if length is not equal to 2. To call to collide argument 1. To call collide with to call. So it's running collide while true. Random stuff. So it's looking for IP Games. IP Games? Hello. You say you need some help? Are you looking for... Do you want me to solve a CTF challenge for you? Because whenever people ask me for help, that's usually what they're looking for. Do you want me to solve a CTF challenge for you? So H equals MD5 S hex digest. So that they're looking for hash collisions. So I'm guessing I'm guessing what we need to feed to the script is we need to feed a MD5 hash. I mean, just for fun, let's, because we've been doing all this all these magic hashes. Let's see if we can find a collision with this stuff. So Python pow. It's picking random numbers and hashing that number and converting it to double the length of hexadecimal characters. Been playing with that one. Oh, really? But what happens if it finds a match? Does it just... okay, let's take a look. Well, true. If this print string... Oh, okay, okay. If it finds a thing... Alright. LP games. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's kind of hard to... I need you to hack my old Discord account since it's signed in with my old school account, which is unavailable. So if you can, listen. If I could hack Discord and retrieve any account I wanted to, I would report it to Discord and get paid like $100,000 or more. So if you can find anybody who can break into your Discord account without knowing your password, then yeah, you're not going to be able to pay like $5 for this. Why is this stuff on my screen? Get it off my screen. Thank you. No, no, no. I don't know anybody who can do illegal hacking like that. If you need to find your password from somewhere, like the legitimate password. Okay, so what were we doing? This is the danger of having ads on your live stream. Best attack for that is social engineering. Anyone can do such a thing. Best of fortune. I mean, you need to... I've never tried to recover a Discord account before, but there's got to be some method of recovering Discord accounts. But asking somebody to hack into your account, you are not going to be able to find anybody who can do that. Okay, so what were we doing? Target Mem says, "What certifications do you have?" I've got the almighty EJPT. I did OSCP training. I didn't pass the OSCP exam. I don't have any intention of retaking the OSCP exam. Okay, so username, password. You're attempting to see if utilizing a well-known hash was involved. Well-known hash. So, to avoid stressing the admin with too many riches, solve this problem for me. Proof this. I mean, do they want... Wait. So string is this. Do they want us to run the this script here to find the collision or whatever? Yeah, it's probably some sort of cookie stealing. So the bug report page is some sort of challenge. If you could get a bug reported, perhaps it's that could be the next step. Maybe. So I'm almost certain that we're supposed to steal the admin cookie. But I mean, the thing is that I'm not too sure what the payload would look like. So, cookie stealing XSS payload. I've tried looking for, okay, cross-site scripting to steal cookies. So this is it over here. The thing is that this kind of cross-site scripting attack requires the use of an additional server. So some server that's going to record the cookie value. I don't think we've got the setup here. Submit something to the bug box and it will show up in your message, meaning you need to solve the other part of it. Okay, submit something to the bug box and it will show up in your message. So I'm guessing what we need to do is, okay, it found a hash. So the string is here, the hash is this. So we just need to, this is what we're going to submit. String and hash. Wait, they probably want this exact stuff here. So this is what we're going to submit with our report. So the bug here, verifying that all links work well. So that what we need to do is we need to submit a link, and then the administrator will navigate to the link. So cross-site scripting to steal cookies. The thing is that in this challenge you need to use the burp collaborator to collect the cookies, but we don't have anything like the collaborator in this instance. Report yourself? Report myself. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. appinteractsh.com or pipedream. I think let's go back to the challenge description here. Okay, let's grab another hint. You know, it's a tough challenge. It seems like the admin is a curious type. Click everything that is reported as bugs. Can you steal something from him? Yeah, it's pointing at like cookie stealing. SQL injection to update the user role as admin. I tried to guess my password. There's no luck. I mean, can you guess your password an unlimited number of times, or does it give you a limited number before you're locked out? Telling us exactly what you thought. Yep. So what is the payload? So okay. I think I've done this lab before, but I'm just going to take a look at what the payload is supposed to be. So script fetch method post body document.cookie. I mean, maybe we can just do alert document.cookie, right? So if we go over to, where are we? We'll log in first. This kind of reminds me of the hack run game on iOS I played years ago. Really? Okay, edit profile, and then in the profile we'll include our okay, so let's just try the alert. Alert document.cookie and see if this does anything. If not, then well, we'll figure it out if that's the case. Update this, and then yeah, so this gives us our cookie value, and then we'll report this to the bug endpoint here and see what happens. You know, the standard or console.log. I mean, alert. Okay. So the bug we're going to report is this page. So my page right here. And then submit. So what does it say? What does it say here? Your request has been forwarded to the admin. Okay, so if it's forwarded to the admin, I mean, I'm pretty sure that this is not the correct payload, because we're not actually sending the admin cookie anywhere where we can collect it. Okay, let's go back to our profile. Yeah, we just get our own. We just get our own cookie. Admin contact. So we need to find. Let's try accessing the admin page. So it says you're not the admin. Okay, so do we actually need to use some sort of third-party service? Bob says, can we log to console so we don't have to click to close all the time and just leave F12 open? Log to console. Okay, let's try that. Console.log. Like this. Okay, so this gets... Yeah, okay, so... How can we change the payload to actually work in this case? I'm surprised there are so many people who are able to finish this challenge, because this is tough. Thinking to send it via fetch when you do the alert gets cookies in different context. I'm not super sure about that. The turnip, hello, nice to see you here. Well, I mean, gonna be working on this for the next 6 minutes or so. So somebody else suggested something. Try app.interactsh.com or Pipe Dream. Okay, let's take a look at what this is. I think one time the only problem is that I'm kind of reluctant to serve anything that's available on the internet, because whenever you put something up on the internet, some weird people are going to be interacting with it. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, stored XSS on uploaded files leads to steal cookie. Let's see. Stealing admin cookies and XSS challenge from TCM. Well, I mean, this could be kind of similar to what we're trying to do here. So let's take a look at this right up. Okay, so environment, netcat listener on Kali machine, container 1, support portal to submit a support ticket, admin container 2, admin portal where tickets are submitted. So this is another lab environment. You need something to yeah, that's true. I just need to... I wonder what they... I guess they have this kind of environment here. So Netcat listener on the Kali machine. Oh, they're using the Kali environment. I mean, I don't want to put my Kali machine on the same network as this other stuff. That's not very safe. Containers are separate and isolated browser environments. Okay, sure. We need to be logged in. Nope. So, I mean, ideally you have a situation where you've got something that can interact. So burp collaborator subdomain post this kind of thing, and it collects the document.cookie as part of the XSS attack. But you can adapt the attack to make the victim post their session cookie with the blog comment by using XSS to perform CSRF. Far less subtle because it exposes the cookie publicly and also discloses evidence that the attack was performed. Yeah, no, that's not a very good idea, too, Bob. Posting web server and machine details on a security channel. Was that part of the Stack Overflow days? I wonder if there are good community solutions. So we got some from some different YouTube creators. So what pages do we have access to? You know, if I can solve this challenge and I document it well, then I'd be able to teach it. And this does seem like a very fun challenge to teach if I can figure out how the frick it works. Do you have a home lab? Well, I mean, I've considered. I have a good host machine which I use for virtual machines. Having like a host lab, it's mostly like building a bunch of virtual machines and having them talk to each other. Go edit profile here. So where's a place that they could post to? Report your bug here. Okay, let's go to... We're logged in, okay. But Home Lab, most of the time, the CTF platforms have kind of replaced my Home Lab. I just use the challenges on the CTF platforms. It's a lot easier than hosting your own Home Lab. But I guess part of hosting a Home Lab is setting it up itself, so that's a pretty good experience. Edit profile, log out, about. I wonder if there are any other endpoints that we should know about on this box. Most of the time we haven't had to do any directory busting, but let me see if I can do a little bit of directory busting over here. I just asked my friends and family for their old tech and pen test those. I think of it's I'm thinking of just switching to CTF platforms though. Okay, so add to the request body something like, I wish there was somewhere where we could collect things, but I guess, yeah, it's not feasible. Edit profile, log out. Let's try logging out. There's a sign up button. role equals administrator with Burp Suite. I'm pretty sure that's not the intended way to solve the challenge. But you know what? I haven't used Burp Suite this entire stream, so we might as well use a little bit of Burp Suite. Okay, we got our Burp Suite. And what we need to do is we need to get the URL for the challenge. This thing. Let's see. Proxy, open browser. Invalid name or password. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay, so same thing. We've got edit profile. And this is probably being recorded inside of Burp Suite. So we can do HTTP history. We can go to get. The authenticate endpoint, the login endpoint. What do we send to the authenticate endpoint? Username and password and login. Anyways, all right. We're probably not going to be solving this anytime soon, but you know what? It was a good stumper to end off on. Let's exit out of here. And let's talk about what we're going to be doing next stream. So today is Wednesday. We've got one more live stream to do this week on Friday. So Friday it's going to be Halloween, October 31st. Okay, so Target Mem says, if you're trying to get someone else's cookie, I don't know if Burp Suite works unless you know what algorithm they use for burp and they can resend that. But I mean, you can get the administrator's cookie. It requires a very specific setup. But you know what? Try looking at this lab over here. It talks about stealing cookies. The problem is that we don't have the same environment that this lab has over here. Okay, so the next stream is going to be on Friday on Halloween. We're going to be leak coding. Yay! We're going to be learning how to do programming challenges in Python. We're going to be doing more digital forensics. We're going to be learning about, what is it called? It's PCAP, packet captures, network packet captures, and Wireshark. And we're going to be doing binary hacking demos. I'm going to be teaching people how to do some binary hacking, some buffer overflow stuff, and then we're going to do some software hacking challenges over at OLIcyber, like we did today. We can run an XML HTTP request. I need to investigate that after the stream is over. But thank you very much for letting me know too, Bob. Let me copy that, and I'll do a little bit of research after the stream is over. But yeah, so that's going to be on Friday. Everybody, I hope you have a spooky rest of the week as we're doing Halloween this week. And let's see who's streaming right now. So over at twitch.tv, we've got some people. And what about infosecstreams.com? So this is a list of different people who do live streams. And let's see, Jay Beers. So Jay Beers is somebody who's studying for the OSCP. They're a security channel, and let's go ahead and right into them. Okay, so well, first of all, let's see what they're doing and how long they've been streaming. Okay, so they're just starting now. So if you're looking to do some hanging out, we got a Mind of a Hacker, OSCP, T-Mobile, Bug Bounty, come chill. All right, let's go right into this person's channel. Okay, when you arrive on the channel, please give this message right over here, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog. I would really appreciate it. Let's start that raid. Okay, everybody, thank you very much for coming today. We did a lot of web app hacking today. It's hard to imagine. We did a lot of, we did some learning, we did some teaching. It was a lot of fun. Everybody, thank you very much, and hope to see you on Friday. Everybody, we're getting into the raid. Ready? 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.